Land. Today is Monday, January 24th, 2022. This is the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation. And by way of introduction, we have Sarah Latham, Mark McIntyre, John Gregory, and Peter DeWitt. And that constitutes a full board. So I move that we open this session of the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, second by Peter. All in favor?
Aye.
So everybody, we're here for another meeting. The duration, we might take, if it's amenable to everybody, a break at 9 o'clock. Should we go that long for maybe 10 or 15 minutes to give people a chance for a pit stop or whatever they need to do? But we can play that here. I'd also like to introduce Alice Cooley, our counsel, Jackie Allen, our recording secretary, and Kat Styler, our videographer. So we'll get right into it. And we have minutes from the last meeting of January 10th. Has everybody had a chance to read those and review and edit, comment? And so it's all good. So I move that we enter into the record the minutes for January 10th, 2022. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Sarah, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Great. So tonight, our first agenda item is a pending litigation. And this involves the application of Four Fountains LLC. To refresh people's memory and for those in the public, this applicant came before us. The application was subsequently denied. The applicant subsequently filed a suit under Article 78. The board entered into discussion, as it has the right to. Certain design changes were made and are being presented here at this public hearing for review by the board, as well as the public having been notified properly, and they will too be invited to comment. So council, unless you have anything you wish to add, we'll begin with the applicant's presentation.
I would just add that the applicant also came in for a pre-submission conference on September 13th, I believe.
Okay, great. Thank you. So with that being said, let's hear from the applicant for Four Fountains LLC, 660 Halsey Neck Lane, to construct a two-story single-family dwelling. So whoever is here for that, please raise your hand. Tell us who you are.
Melissa Dedovich is coming in.
Okay.
And Jeff, I did receive affidavits of mailing and posting, and they are in order.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Hi, Melissa.
Good evening.
Hello, Melissa. So,
hi.
Tell us who you are and your firm and who you represent.
Sure. Melissa Dedovich, Peconic Environmental Associates. I'm here on behalf of Four Fountains LLC. And I'd like to briefly summarize the changes that we made per the board's concerns at our last discussion. The first change was the parking entry court has been raised by 2 feet and 2 steps removed from the stairs leading to the front door of the residence to accommodate changes in the landscape. The second change, the architectural water feature has been removed from the entry court terrace and replaced with a planting bed. Third change, the front entry step width has been reduced by approximately 1 foot 2 inches. The front door has also been recessed by 12 inches. A ramp has been implemented from the driveway up to the entrance parking court with cheek walls on each eye to tie into the pillars. The existing tree in the parking entry court has been removed from the plan, along with the planting bed, and replaced with paving. And finally, the hedge along the north side of the parking entry court has been changed to a solid hedge from the house to the entry court railing. The plans that reflect these have been submitted to the board, and that summarizes the changes we made as part of this agreement.
So for the board's benefit, so that they can comment, well, as the public, so they can comment, could you please share those with us? The actual
Kat, do you have the
renderings?
rendering?
I don't. That's one of a couple that I don't have tonight.
Okay, well, how do I screen share?
Okay, so you find whatever file you want and pull it up on your screen. And then you click on share screen and it will ask you which screen you want to share. Choose that screen and then click share again on the right.
Okay,
And then it will come up. Do you need that again?
nope, let me try it.
Okay.
Share screen.
Mhm.
Does everybody see this?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Yay.
Melissa, is Jennifer with you?
I have some members of the team with us.
Karis?
Yes, but I think
Okay.
what we're just gonna do is just walk us through the renderings first and see if this satisfies the board.
Okay, so you don't need her at this moment?
I think we're okay.
Okay, thank you.
So here is the first rendering that shows the ramp as we just discussed, going up the cheek walls on either side. Oops, sorry about that. Just gonna go down to the renderings. Okay, and here we have the elevation from Halsey Neck Lane. Here you see the front elevation. And this shows how the parking entry core has been raised by 2 feet and removed two steps of the stairs leading up to the front door back here. As you can see in the front now, there is no longer a water feature in the front. For some reason, my screen has now froze. Great. Unfortunately, my computer has frozen. I don't know why.
Try the slide on the right over here. To see if you're slide- yeah. Nothing.
It's nothing. That's
Okay, so it's out of
okay. That's just no problem. If Jennifer is still available, we'll just bring her up. Kat, I'm sorry. I was told that these plans had been provided to you when we submitted them a month ago.
Oh.
They have been provided to us, but not the public can't see those.
No, I understand, but they were provided digitally as well.
No, you know what I think it was? It was
There
in
might have been a
draft
link.
and it expired.
Oh, is this the one that expired on me and I couldn't pull it
Yeah.
up? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alice. I forgot about that. I did try
No
to pull it
problem.
up, Melissa.
Okay. Unfortunately, it's not. It's just stuck on here. Unfortunately, I've never had this happen before.
All right, Melissa, if I take it down, you can you can go through the process again and pull it up and see if that works.
Okay.
It'll just take you a second, I think.
Melissa, I am available and I can pull it up on my end.
Can
if
you
you'd
pull
like
it? All
to.
right, let's
Sure.
have you. For some reason, it's jamming on me. I've never had that happen, but
It's not a problem.
okay.
Okay. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just starting from the top again, this is the cover page that shows the view from Halsey Neck Lane facing the property, demonstrating the ramps and the raised courtyard. And I will go back to the slide that Melissa ended on last, which also shows renderings. The view on the left is the same that you saw on the cover page. And the view on the right is standing inside the courtyard where you can see the steps and the stair simplified, and the courtyard was raised and steps were removed from that area.
Mhm.
Is there any other place that you'd like to navigate to, and I can take you to those pages?
Well, why don't you go through, Melissa detailed a series of changes. The ramp, which you mentioned, trees, replacement of hedges, the architectural front entryway being used, the north side hedges you mentioned.
Correct.
Okay,
Well, in this rendering, you can see that the front door is now recessed by approximately a foot. And you can see that in the number in photo number 2.
right.
Maybe can you zoom in on that a little bit?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
I think the
Uh,
landscape changes would probably be easier to look on the Hollander plan.
Okay, and if Melissa Rivas is here, she would be the best to talk about that. Maybe she can
Okay.
raise her hand.
Before we move away from these set of elevations, board members, do you want to see east, west, north, south?
No.
Okay. And just for reference, what's the date of these renderings that you're showing us in the lower right?
Date of the plans that were
November
provided
5th.
from Peter were November 5th, and as well as Hollander design. And I can also bring up the Hollander design plan if that helps.
Sure. So no, these are the plans as of November 5th. Okay.
Correct.
I just, since we don't have them this way, we could reference them in the minutes.
Okay, what is the name of the person you're waiting on?
Melissa Rivas.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Melissa Rivas.
Okay, I see her.
Okay, I will stop my sharing.
We'll take a few seconds for her to come in. Okay, momentarily. Here she comes. Hi, Melissa, if you could start your camera and turn on your sound. Thank you. There you go. Okay, so we can't hear you, Melissa. All right, so if Jennifer or Melissa.
I can share. I can share.
tell-
I can share.
Can you just tell
Yes.
her what you need? She'll hear you, but she just can't speak to you.
I could share my screen if
It looks
Okay,
like you-
so
I
so
think
we
you are.
we do have the landscaping
there we
plan.
go. This is a landscape plan. And here you can see where the existing in the parking entry court, there was a tree there that's been removed. As you can see here. If I can zoom in a little bit on that. So there was a tree where that one, the upper left-hand side, where that
Mhm.
car, there was a tree there. And that's been removed. The hedge along the north side of the parking entry has been made a solid hedge now, which you can see on this plan. Also on this plan, you can see the cheek walls that extend along both sides of the driveway because in essence, the entry court has been ramped up. And so in essence, it's brought the whole entry court up, and then we were able to remove some of the steps in the front entry to the house because of that. And I think that pretty much outlines all the changes made to the plans.
Okay, go ahead. So I'll turn it over to the board for questions and comments.
I was curious the material of the cheek walls, and also I want to be reminded of the material of the entrance court. Please.
I can speak to that. The cheek walls have a stucco side, it's a very small amount with a bluestone cap. And the courtyard has the existing bluestone pavers that were previously installed there.
They have been, we have kept them after the removal.
Okay, great. All right, board members, comments, questions?
Well, I think, the entrance court was my main concern, and I never had a problem with the size of the house. It's a big lot. We've gone over that before. And I think that you've done it, it's an imposing and grand entrance, but it's not monumental. So it maintains a domestic air. And I think that, while the ramp might, elicit some reaction, I believe in time it will be covered by vegetation. It's low. I think it's inventive and I like it, and that's what I have to say.
Okay, other board members?
I think it looks good. I actually like the recessed front door better.
I do too.
Makes it look more residential.
Yeah, my view is that you reduced what I think the board was reacting to previously as a rather grandiose presentation to something that is more residential, as Mark said. So let me turn it over to the public for any comments they may.
Can I
I'm
just make a
sorry?
comment? I appreciate
Sure,
the-
John.
the changes that were made, but nothing really addressed the issues I had with the house as previously discussed. So I just want to put that on the record.
Well, you can be specific if you wish, John. That's
To repeat myself yet again, I think the house has an overwhelming presence. It's not about the height, it's about the massing of the roof lines along with the facade of the house makes it an overwhelming presence on the property compared to the homes and the historic nature of the homes around it. So that's my comment.
okay. Your comments were a board of 5. So everybody's comments are important.
Okay, I think we have a public comment, Jeff. from Mark.
As is the public's comment. So that was a
Right.
very good segue. Thank you.
Martha Reichert, if you could please turn on your camera and thank you. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Martha Reichert, Toomey Latham Shea, Kelly Dubin, and Corderaro, 33 West 2nd Street, Riverhead, New York. I submitted a letter to the file on Friday. I represent a group of
Got it.
neighbors. Thank you. Many of whom I believe are in the waiting room, and some would like to speak tonight. I echo the sentiments expressed by Mr. Gregory in that when this application was denied back in August, there was a concern about the massing and the roof line and sort of the monumentality of all of it. And I feel that in reviewing the revised plans, those concerns have not yet been addressed. Some have been addressed through some of the changes in terms of making it look more residential, but in terms of the massing of that roof line again, which is something that the neighbors will end up living with and seeing the most, that has not been addressed. And we feel that until there's been some sort of step maybe to look into that, we would hope that this board holds the hearings open and to see if the applicant is amenable to making any of those changes. I'd like to give the
Go ahead.
opportunity. Pardon me.
No, okay.
Sorry. I'd like to give the opportunity if Mark Picard is in the waiting room to give him a
He
chance
is.
to speak.
I'll bring him right in.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hi, Mark, you're in. There you go. There you go.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for giving the public a chance to talk, and we appreciate the opportunity. I think John Gregory said what our group feels, and I know Martha mentioned that as well. Look, guys, this is still at nearly 18,000 square foot house that's going to be 49 feet above the current grade. There have been no dimensional changes at all. You all had many issues with this structure beyond the front door or one front step. And from the public's point of view, nothing has been done to mitigate any of that. We had the cranes set the sight lines, and it's overwhelming what it does to all of the surrounding environment, sight lines, beach lines, sunset lines. And I mean, we could drone on, but we asked for a lighting plan, we never got it. We asked for a solution to the height, you were sympathetic, we never got it. we implore you not to allow a house to ultimately have a third floor, yet this home is structured so that it will likely have a third floor, which we all recognize has been a problem in the past. There's all kinds of work being done throughout the village and zoning with the board to make these issues better for the community. And here we're about to witness another tower home. And I have to say, from the public's perspective, it's been so hard to stick with this. It's incredibly arduous. It's extremely expensive, and we're still ending up in the same place because someone can threaten legal action against the board. And so it's very confusing and so, disappointing. I'll end there.
Thank you, sir. I have a Peter Penoyer, Jeff.
Sure.
Okay, Peter, if you will unmute and start your camera, we'll be able to see you and hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. I've listened to the comments, and I just do want to point out that in 4 or 5 steps, we have made many changes to the building, and I feel that it's.
Well, I'm sorry, we're still hearing from the public, so.
Oh, sorry.
Peter, so there will be an opportunity for the applicant to rebut comments by the board or the public. So, Kat, if you can just ask if there are any other public.
Sure. Anybody in the public that would like to speak on this matter and be heard, please raise your hand and we'll bring you right in. And if not, we're going to move on to the next step. There are no hands up, Jeff.
Okay, Peter, you're back again.
All right.
Yes, I just wanted to comment on the number of changes we made, but specifically the raising of the courtyard. If you look at that rendering, really does change the impression of the house, the scale of the house. I think it has real impact on it if you observe the rendering that was presented based on our changes. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Peter.
Okay. So no other public comments, no further comments from applicants. So let me make a couple of comments. One, and this is Mark's comment about the threat of litigation. This board doesn't, and this chair doesn't respond negatively or positively to legal reaction. In fact, I welcome Article 78 if people feel this board acted wrongly. Alice is saying, no, the point is, we don't succumb to legal threats. We use our judgment as the code provides. There was, and there is, the issue of height. And as we discussed previously, height per se is not the purview of this board. Mass is, and in Martha's letter, she does make the association of height and mass, and yes, the two can be related. But as Peter put forward, I believe it was Peter or Mark, that this, yes, it's a large house. There's no getting around that. But it's also a very large property. And it's a very large house on a very large property within eye distance of other large houses on other large properties. And yes, Mark, you're correct, Mark Picard. There are movements afoot as the village is developing its master plan to readjust the application of FEMA laws and the like. But we are dealing with the code as it exists. And the major concern from the board in the last hearings was and it's my word, the grandiose presence of the house, and that the massing and the placement of the buildings on the property were compatible, and it was deemed harmonious. The board wasn't unanimous on it, but it doesn't have to be. That it was within the board's judgment, or by the board's judgment, to be harmonious, such that there was interest in that. There were other issues that individual board members voted on. So at this point, it's back to the board. And
Do you want more
Alice,
public comment?
if there are public comments, I'm welcome to have to listen to the public comments. We're not going to argue them back and forth, but we surely will listen to the public comments. So
May I make a quick comment?
Sure.
I think that a lot has been mitigated with the entrance facade, but I'm also of the opinion that the massing and certainly the north elevation and the roof line has not been broken up. And I don't believe I ever said that that was harmonious.
Okay.
Thank you.
Second that, Sarah.
Thanks, Sarah. This has gone on quite a while, so my memory may not be that great. Has nothing to do with age, right? Okay. So yes, Martha, you're welcome to speak further.
Thank you. I wanted to address one thing that Mark touched upon, which is the idea of a lighting plan. You know, the point of a public hearing is to provide the board and the public with sufficient information to either comment or render a decision. And so I would like to request the board that that element be fulfilled and that we get an idea of what lighting will be like for this property. Again, you know, this is something that the neighbors will have to live with, and it's something that they're concerned with, and it was discussed at the prior application. So I would like to request that that be something that this board consider.
Okay. Let's look at the elevations, and you know, unless there's a preponderance of windows, this.
Are you concerned about site lighting?
Sorry, Peter, was that directed towards me?
Well, yeah. Are you concerned about site lighting?
I think, you know, again, I generally like to let my clients discuss this because it's their lived experience. But there is an overall concern about, yes, site lighting, just sort of looking at some of the more modern buildings that have gone up along Dune Road. I know this is not a modern design, but the modern designs themselves have highlighted how important it is to sort of see a light study, especially at night in this area.
So Melissa, can you bring up the site plan?
Might be easier actually if Jennifer could do it because I was having trouble with the freezing.
Are you referring to landscape lighting? Because
Yes.
I'm just a little unclear on that. Landscape lighting, that would be Melissa Rivas. She would need to, or Melissa Dedovich, if you could bring up that plan. I don't have her plan.
I think what you were just asking us to bring up a site plan, so we could bring up the landscape plan we just had open.
Yeah, I want to get a sense of the distance.
Sure, I actually think the question's not the landscape lighting, it's the exterior lighting on the house itself and projection from the house itself that is the question.
Correct.
That's an issue because this is a large lot, and because of that open space, the lighting has a greater impact than it would otherwise in a smaller town street, to tell you the truth.
So are you referring to sconces, say, on the outside of a house?
I think we're looking at lighting for the whole property, whether it be landscape lighting, architectural, exterior architectural lighting. That's sort of what everyone is interested in learning more about and what was discussed back in August.
Yeah, I mean, there are examples in the village of people having like uplighting on their home itself, aside from the landscape. So I think having an understanding of the entire plan of the lighting is an important aspect.
Understood. I can say that in principle, our office and many of the projects that we do, we very much understate outside lighting. We actually prefer it to be very low level and at your foot. So anything that's landscape, and I would need Melissa Rivas to speak to this, but they're very experienced in very low level lighting. On the architecture itself, we would really only have a lantern by the front door or by the rear door. There's really no need for bright skies whatsoever.
And just to, I mean, I've been doing this for a while. It's my understanding that landscape lighting in the past, at least up until now, has not been an ARB issue. I do know that the Village of Southampton is dark sky compliant. Generally, all of our projects are dark sky compliant. And as you can see from the size of the property and the vegetation that's going to be installed, the house is pretty centered on in the building envelope with extensive amount of landscaping as shown in this landscaping plan that would provide adequate screening on what is a traditional home. And if it helps, I think Jennifer could bring up the elevations to show the front and the back again, but I don't recall landscape lighting ever being part of an ARB application in the village before.
Well, so let me clarify a bit. So every house is required to be night sky compliant.
Correct.
We assume that it is, and there's no reason to doubt that it wouldn't be. There are times when the board is presented with applications where there are obvious or this obvious concern when you see a ground to roof line window on a third of an acre lot, that becomes an issue, and the board will address that at that point. In this case, personally, I don't see that as a concern. They do have to be night sky compliant, and if they're not, that's an enforcement issue. I'm not saying it's just not a matter of kicking the can down the road or throwing it into somebody else's court, but I don't see, as I look at the site plan and this design and the fenestration, other board members, obviously you're welcome to comment, that is a significant issue of concern. At least not to me. At least not to me.
No, Jeff, I agree with you. You know, the fenestration is very traditional. It doesn't have expanses of glass. And as Melissa pointed out, there is, you know, a denser landscaping around the perimeter of the house. But thanks for pointing that out.
But if that's so, wouldn't it be very easy to show a lighting plan to satisfy the neighbors?
Well, yes. At the end of the day, it's this board that has to vote. So, and we've heard the neighbors' comments. The question is, so what I hear Sarah asking for that, I assume John may be as well, but I don't know. Is that something that you need? And I'm not even sure how we go about doing that, but.
Not in our purview, so why ask for it?
Alice, I'm asking you, I mean, is it a matter,
I believe
purview, or is it a matter of judgment?
I mean, I don't think it is standard. I have never seen the board require a lighting plan before. I have seen the board require that people reduce the size of their windows so the amount of light that could be admitted from a home would be reduced. I have never seen a lighting plan required, particularly since the village adopted the dark skies laws.
Yeah. So
I have three hands up, Jeff.
okay.
I believe Ed Hollander is trying to get in to address and confirm that it will indeed be dark sky compliant. So if you could recognize him.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Martha, are you finished?
I just wanted to point out one further thing in terms of, you know, in looking at the renderings that have been presented, a lot of work has been done towards the entryway, the ramp, raising it. And so again, you know, I raised those same concerns about the lighting because it is visible from the street. So in perhaps solving one problem in terms of the idea of reducing the monumentality of the main residence, we don't feel that we have enough information to understand how this raised entryway and ramp will be lit and seen. If there's been a change from the water feature, now there's a planter. So we'd like more information about that.
Okay.
I guess I don't.
Let me just clarify something. that the board listens to the public. At the end of the day, it's the board's determination as to what they need to render a judgment. So I appreciate the fact that you and your neighbors want to see that, but it's the board's determination what's necessary to complete the file. I'm sorry, so Ed, you were going to say something?
I just wanted to confirm that all of the landscape lighting will meet the village code and will be dark skies compliant. So we fully expect and confirm that all of our lighting will meet all of the village code restrictions.
Okay. Are there other hands up?
Yes, there's two more, so I'll bring in. Okay, I think your name was Mark. Yes.
Yes, hi, thank you. Thanks for allowing me to comment again. What I'd like to say is in the front entrance rendering, there is actually a person standing in the rendering. And I assume that person is scaled to something in the 6 feet height. And as you can see that person's head is still materially below the front door of the home. And so this home is going to stick up as much as 10 feet above everything around it. And if you don't provide, and it's like we talked about, an enormous structure, it's a hotel. So if you don't provide the plan around where the exterior lights on the house are going, whether there's sconces, whether there's spotlights, whether there's lights over the pool, whether there's lights over the back porch, whether there's lights over the gardens, how many lights there are. If you don't provide that, you're not really taking account of the style and the mass, which is in your purview of this home. It is so large, so for all the surrounding people, it is going to be very much an encumbrance. And we're asking you to seriously consider how much that's going to impact the community permanently. And to just pass on it or punt on it doesn't seem like it's really taking our consideration and concern into account. Thank you.
Okay, great. And there's, again, nothing passing or punting. The board will make a decision. And then, much like the applicant chose to argue against that, the public has and the neighbors have the same right as well. If you think the board has erred in its judgment, and I'm not sure how the vote will go, but, you know, again, there's redress for all parties.
One more.
Okay.
Hi, Gilbert, you're in. If you'll start your camera and turn on your sound.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Well, thank you very much for listening to us and to the public and to the board's comments. Given all the circumstances and what I've heard.
Gil, just identify yourself.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Gilbert Flanagan. I'm the counsel for the applicant. I would like to request that the matter be closed and that the board take a decision. I don't think there's any need for the lighting plan, given all the comments I've heard and given the fact what the regulations in the village already exist. As someone already pointed out, the fenestration is minimal in terms of the size of the house. And I would respectfully request that the matter be concluded and that the board proceed. Thank you.
Okay. I appreciate that. And like I said to Melissa, I'm sorry, to Martha, the board listens to the public, the board listens to the applicant. At the end of the day, it's the decision as to what it needs to complete the file. I personally feel the attestations by the applicant in terms of the lighting are sufficient. I don't personally feel the need for a lighting study. That's a requirement. I believe the changes are adequate to reduce at least what was my concern, and that was my concern in terms of the grandiosity of the structure. So unless there are further comments by the board, I would move that we close this for written decision. I dare say, and Alice, I see you going off mute, so I will take some direction from you, given this is a little bit different than our normal proceedings. I'm sorry, Sarah, go ahead.
I was just looking at the elevations again, and I noticed that there's no indications of exterior lighting on the actual elevations. And I think that is a demerit that should be corrected. And there are no sconces. I don't see lanterns. How are we to, I mean, I'm assuming that things will be low scale, but we've not been shown visually, unless I missed something.
Melissa, do you want to address that?
I would, go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, the architect, you know, is a famous designer of lanterns, so I'm not worried about them.
Well, if they do add lanterns to their plan, they have to come back before this board to do that. I'll just point that out. This is like any other application. If they want to change the plan, they would have to modify it if the board approves it tonight.
Even something like lanterns?
If they're adding them to the structures, yes.
Yes.
On the current plan, it would require.
Yeah, they're not on the plan as far as I could see. And I think that's wrong.
I'm not
Sure.
one to take.
If the board approves, you know, gates and pillars, and then all of a
Right.
sudden you go out and there's a lantern on top of a pillar, you know, that's something that has to come back before the board. It's a change.
Okay, so then there are no outside lanterns, is that what you're saying? Other than what's pictured on there right now? And are there any lanterns on the renderings that we saw?
Presently, there are no lights shown on the outside of the house, but
No
I can
lights.
attest to say that we would not include anything more
But then
than
that-
a
so
simple light at a
the-
front door,
Okay, so, well, if it's
which
a
is
recess-
required by code.
Right, if it's a recess light within the front of the door, that's one thing. But what I hear council saying is that if you choose to put sconces on the outside, that would be an issue.
Understood.
That
Fully
you'd have to-
acknowledge that. I fully acknowledge. Yes, we
Well,
acknowledge that.
If exterior lighting is required by code, then that would mean an incomplete plan.
That's
Not,
Yeah,
if I may, as Jeff pointed out, it could simply be a recessed light in the head of the header of the door above it. So that would comply.
Is that noted in the plans?
no.
That's
But you wouldn't see
no,
it.
because
You
that's
would
a detail that would include
So-
coordination of lighting.
That detail would be in the drawings. It would be in
right,
the.
so this is for the applicant to decide. So as of right now, there are no external lanterns or lights. They could either come back with whatever lanterns or lights they wish to propose as part of this, or we close this with the plans as submitted, knowing that they would be in violation of the approval if they installed lanterns without board approval. And I dare say there will be a lot of eyes on the property, and this would probably be coming back to us and the applicant in ways that are not particularly pleasant.
And a
So,
lighting plan is certainly.
right, but actually, they have submitted a plan. There are no lights.
But, okay, can I say something?
Yes, go ahead, Peter.
You know, lanterns and accessories, you know, you kind of do that at the end. I mean, this house is years away from getting done. I hate to say it, it's enormous. And if the applicant would just agree to come back, you know, as they would, I'm sure they would, with whatever designs they come up with, you know, they're going to go shopping, they're going to design things, I'm sure, over the course of the period of construction.
That's absolutely fine, as long as they understand they have to come
Yes.
back with something. I
Yeah.
don't think we should be taking anyone's word for anything, given what's
Right.
happening. in
Oh,
the
we
village.
hear you.
They have,
Okay.
they have sophisticated representation. I think that they understand that.
Yes,
Yeah.
great.
Yes, thank you. And we do acknowledge
A
that.
lot of times now, so.
So if the applicant wishes, I would, and I say that only because the last time the applicant pushed us to take a vote, it turned out negatively. And so I'm just going to turn to council for a second in terms of the order of procedure here. What we should be voting on.
We
how-
have the resolution to authorize settlement, and I can read that into the record if you like, and then we can take the vote.
And that takes care of items 1 and 2 on the agenda.
Correct.
So why don't we proceed with that, Alice? And everybody can take note of what she's citing.
Okay, bear with me. Whereas the applicant owns real property that the subject of this proceeding located at 60 Halsey Neck Lane, Southampton, New York, 11968. Whereas the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation of the Village of Southampton pursuant to a voice vote determination dated August 23rd, 2021, denied the petitioner's application to construct a 2-story single-family residence. Whereas the applicant Four Fountains LLC filed a proceeding pursuant to CPLR Article 78 seeking judicial review, annulment, and reversal of the August 23rd, 2021 determination of the Village of Southampton Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation, which by voice vote of 3-2 denied architectural review approval for the petitioner's 2-story residence. Whereas the applicant appeared at a pre-submission conference before the ARB on September 13th, 2021, wherein the ARB and the applicant discussed some of the remaining concerns of the ARB, and the applicant since offered to make several changes to their proposed plans to address the concerns of the ARB, and the applicant revised their previously submitted architectural and landscaping plans to address those concerns as follows. The parking entry court was raised by 2 feet with 2 steps removed from the stairs leading to the front door to accommodate changes in landscape. The architectural water feature was removed from the entry court terrace and replaced with a planting bed. The front entry stair width was reduced by approximately 1 feet 2 inches. The front door was recessed by 12 inches. A ramp was implemented from the driveway up to the parking entry court with cheek walls on each side to tie into the pillars. The existing tree in the parking entry court removed from the plan along with the planting bed and replaced with paving. The hedge along the north side of the parking entry court changed to a solid hedge from the house to the entry court railing. Whereas the parties recognize the risk, uncertainties, time and expense involved in litigation, have determined that it is in their best interest to amicably resolve the differences between them by compromise and settlement of all claims and counterclaims that could be asserted against each other without resort to further litigation, without any finding of fact or admission or of liability of any party. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the chairman of the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation and counsel thereto are authorized to enter into a stipulation of settlement on behalf of the ARB to grant petitioner's application and hereby grants architectural review approval, therefore pursuant to the revised drawing and changes enumerated therein. Here's when you would vote. You're on mute, Jeff. You're on mute.
Yeah, I know. That's how some people prefer me. In any event, so the motion would be to approve the resolution as submitted by council, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. So then I would move that we accept the application, I'm sorry, the resolution. To adopt the resolution as drafted by council for Four Fountains LLC. And I'm just looking for my minutes. Versus South, do I have to go on to the whole thing about versus Southampton Village Board of Architectural Review, or that's not necessary?
No, I read the whole thing, so.
Well, I'm sorry?
I read the whole thing, so you're in good
Okay,
shape.
great. So I put that motion forward. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Okay, second by Mark was first. So all those in favor by voice, go. Aye, Jeff.
Aye, Peter.
Is aye, Mark is aye.
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed?
Nay.
Nay by Sarah and nay by John. All right, so there are 3 votes and the resolution is adopted. Okay, thank you, folks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. We now move on to written decisions. And we have 2 of 3. We have Searsucker 2 LLC at 385 South Main and then 27 Gin Lane. I assume everybody has read those, but I'll just have council summarize them before we vote on adopting them.
Sure. I only got to 2 out of 3. Apologies, Lisa and John.
No, that's okay. The other one is a rather involved decision, so.
Okay, I'll start with Searsucker 2 LLC, 385 South Main Street. The owner applied to the board for a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of a 2.5-story single-family dwelling. The board conducted 2 hearings on this application. The property had actually already received a certificate of appropriateness for the demolition of the existing structures on January 11th, 2021. And that determination was conditioned upon the preservation of the existing brick piers, along with the existing mature trees and landscaping. The board was fine with the design of the house. They found that to be appropriate, but they wanted to make sure that the applicant wasn't going to be doing any removals. They conducted a site visit and they agreed to preserve a spruce tree, a mature spruce tree that was, I think, previously slated to be removed. And the board voted and indicated that they would like to grant the certificate of appropriateness, conditioned on a revised landscape plan being submitted to the file, indicating that that identified spruce tree would be maintained.
Okay. So
Jeff, is there a typo somewhere? Because everybody's saying 385, and I only have 365.
That's
Is
the
there-
wrong one.
It's the
This
wrong,
is-
this isn't,
This is 385.
okay. So I don't have 385. Okay, thank you.
okay. If everybody's read it, then I would move that we accept the written decision as submitted by counsel for Searsucker 2 LLC at 385 South Main Street. Do I have a second on that, please? Second by Sarah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? John, are you opposed? I didn't hear an aye.
So I'm in favor.
You're in favor. Okay, so that's a unanimous acceptance of the written decision. Thank you, Alice.
Okay, the next one is the matter of 27 Gin Lane LLC. The owner applied for a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of an addition to the existing residence, and the board found it to be harmonious.
Okay. Everybody's read the decision? Okay, then I would move, and if there's no comments or edits, then I would move that we accept council's written decision as drafted for 27 Gin Lane LLC at 27 Gin Lane to construct an addition. May I have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Mark, and all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye, so that's unanimous. Okay, great. All right, we will now move on to public hearings within the historic districts. And the first one is a standing adjournment until February. That's way Trust A and B. The second one will be heard this evening, and that's Beechwood Latch LLC at 109 Hill Street for landscaping and pergola.
Jeff, I just wanted to mention before we get started on that I had took a look around in the building department. I couldn't find the previous determination. I requested it, and I think it's going to be coming really soon. So I would say that the board at this time is likely not going to be able to close this matter out.
Okay, so Stephen, well, first let's recognize the applicant, and then we can discuss whether you want to chat with us tonight or come back in a couple of weeks. So.
Yeah, I apologize. I wasn't able to hear what Alice said because when I rejoined, it cut out for a few seconds.
Okay.
I was saying that I'm unable to get the prior determination, which significantly affects, what you're asking for here tonight. And my apologies. It's just I've been unable to get my hands on it for some reason. Hoping to have it soon, but I think the board really needs to see that before they can make a determination on this application.
Understood. We made some changes based on your input last time. So if it's okay with the board, maybe I can quickly run through that and then we can adjourn until you've had the chance to find what you're looking for at the building department.
Okay. Alice, does that work for you?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay. All right. So Stephen, tell us who you are and who you represent.
Sure. Stephen Dubb with the applicant Beechwood Latch LLC, 200 Robbins Lane, Jericho, New York, 11753.
Okay.
So I'm going to share a quick PowerPoint presentation that I put together.
Okay.
Okay, are you able to see this?
Yes, and by the way, because we're relying on your pictures or files, please tell us what the date of those are. So especially, particularly the elevations.
These were taken last Thursday.
Okay.
And I think there's one photo that was taken last Friday also.
Okay.
So the first couple of photos just to give the board an idea of what the existing conditions are of the home. So this is the house is seen from the southeast. So if you just walked in from Hill Street. This is as seen from the east. So that there is a main entry road that runs up through the Latch condominium. So this is as seen from that road. This is standing to the northwest of the house, looking down towards Hill Street. So that gray SUV behind the privet hedge in the background is Hill Street. And we have not been able to lay sod and finish landscaping on this side of the house yet. And then this is the view of the home is seen from the pool deck, so due north of the house. And what I'd just like to call your attention to before I keep going is you can see my cursor, right?
Yes.
By the white van, just sort of the exposure as it is currently of the backyard of the home and the pool area to this main road that I referenced before, that leads into the Latch condominium. And this was just to point out, I think there was a question last time about what we had done as far as landscaping under the previously approved ARB plan. So this is just to show the evergreen plantings as per the approval along the boundary. And this plan shows highlighted changes from landscape changes from the originally approved ARB plan. So it shows additional privet hedge along that road on both sides of the driveway. It shows 6 to 7 foot evergreen, an evergreen boundary. Sorry, I lost for words. To give some privacy and separation from the townhome just to the north. And then this planting in front of the pool fence, which we've revised per your comments last time. And then maybe most importantly, I'm not sure if it's a concern of the board or not, we installed a walkway from the front steps of the house, and I have a photo of it I'll show you later on in the presentation, to the sidewalk, which was not on the approved ARB drawing. If that's in your jurisdiction and you don't like it, we're not going to put up an argument. We will take it out and sod it as per the approved plan. We thought it would be nice for this home to have some access to the sidewalk, because otherwise they'd have to walk out onto the street and access it from the condominium.
I think we'll leave it open for board's comments, but whether walkways, I did take note driving by of the gate, which I don't recall being part of the original plan. So, but we can discuss that later on. So continue.
Yeah, I've got a photo of that as well. So the pool fence detail, just to give you a visual, would be 8x8 cedar posts with 3 evenly spaced 2x6 cedar horizontals, and then a 1-inch square black metal mesh nailed to the exterior per code. So this is a photo of that same detail. The bluestone paver in the pool deck area, this is actually a photo of what we installed behind the clubhouse at the Latch. You can also see it in that photo I showed you of the view of the house from the north of what has actually been installed. It's the same detail. There's an outdoor kitchen, and this was just a painted white brick reference image. So ignore the wall behind it. This is a SketchUp rendering of that outdoor kitchen area on the pool deck. And then I just wanted to quickly go over the planting in front of the pool fence. So I know there was a concern about the height and separation basically separating the pool area from the rest of the lot. And what I wanted to point out here was, though it looks more substantial on the plan, it's pretty low landscaping and it's fairly spread out. So it calls for 5 Shipka laurels across the front of the pool fence in total, and number 5 containers, which I think are 2 to 3 feet tall generally. In terms of flowers, we've got 13 Nepeta bushes. I appear to be missing one of my pages. The rest of the landscaping is low windflower, and I can go back to the landscape plan and zoom in on it. And then 4 boxwoods, 3 to 4 feet high, and we changed those boxwoods. We added the boxwoods and removed an evergreen tree that would have grown taller. I'm going to get to the walkway in a minute, but let me just show you the landscape plan.
And just to confirm that everything other than what you have highlighted in yellow has already been approved, correct? It's already. For the
Yes.
past approval. Okay. Just want to.
That's correct.
But we don't know what it is, John.
I think it is in the approved, in the new plan that we've submitted to the board. The previously approved landscaping in there as well.
Okay, well, we'll, as Alex said, we'll ferret that out.
Sure. So real quick, I'm conscious of your time. BX here is the boxwood. So there's one here, one over here, one here. The PLS are the Shipka laurels. So one called for here, 2 here, and 2 more here. And then the Nepeta and the windflower, which is that low flower, are in front of the fence over here. In this section, and in this section. And okay, so the walkway to the sidewalk and the gate. So the plan would be to paint this gate white. I fully understand if you don't feel that this trellis section, if you don't want the gate at all, we'll get rid of the gate. If you'd like us to remove the 4 posts and this trellis section above the gate and just place 4 caps on top of those cut posts, like simple decorative caps, so that it's less of a statement and more of just a functional gate, we'd be happy to do that as well. And then of course you can see the walkway behind. This was on Thursday. This photo was taken Friday of last week. And that's all I got.
Let me turn it over to the board for comments. Let me start with Sarah.
The amount of hardscape on this property, including this brick expanse that is terraced up and the bluestone that's surrounding the pool area, is not really in keeping with this historic property. And a trellised gate that isn't associated with a fence doesn't make any sense at all to me either.
I agree with Sarah. The trellis, I wouldn't have a problem with a gate if, like Sarah mentioned, if it had a picket fence that somehow made it a uniform type of presentation. But I think just the trellis just doesn't make sense to me, and the gate's questionable.
I agree. A little picket gate. It's set too high. I know it's opening in, you got to clear a step, but it's also set too high. It looks funny. It looks like somebody with their pants or high waters, and the walk itself is like twice as wide as it should be. It's ridiculous. And the stoop doesn't look at all authentic. I don't know what was there, but that looks like a complete, fake, which it is.
Yeah, I'd like to see what was approved or talked about from an historic preservation standpoint.
Yeah, maybe you have to do the steps, but I don't like them. I don't know why it couldn't be sloped. I find the size of the pool deck enormous. I know that this site plan was approved years ago, but it really is a stupid site plan to have the garage opening towards the pool and wasting what little lawn you have on driveway when you could have turned the driveway gates towards the road. I mean, it just goes from bad to worse. And this was where the pool was supposed to be a buffer, I understood, between the historic house and the condos behind it. Well, now it ain't, and I don't know what to do about that.
I think we should wait to see what was approved as well.
Yeah, I think we should look at what's approved. I'm in complete agreement with Sarah and Peter and John. I do think the walkway is too wide, and the gate situation is inaccurate to the house.
Yeah, I will reiterate, or I would end up repeating what everybody has said. And from an historic perspective or from a personal perspective, Stephen, there was so much effort put towards preserving this house and preserving the historic aspects of it. And the client at the time, and I don't know if you were the participant or not, and forgive me if you were.
I was.
But there was such meticulous attention paid to the historic elements. And then to see the liberty taken are disconcerting, to be polite. Peter was a little bit more expressive. And it was done with disregard not only to the intent, but also to the board. That being said, we have what's in front of us. We will look back at the records, as Sarah said and Alice said, and let's adjourn this for the moment. Peter, you may not know how to address it. I'm not sure, but we're going to come up with a way that will be true to what the original intent was. And hopefully we'll be able to work that with you, Stephen, and your client and your firm. But again, there was a lot of time spent to preserve the historic aspect of it. So let's see how much we intend to fulfill that obligation entirely. So any public comment? Okay, so you began by
I'm sorry, Jeff. I have a Robert Rocco in, and I don't know if he's public comment or if he's with Stephen Dubb.
He's with me.
Okay, no public comment.
Okay, so in as much as Stephen at the onset, or that's the correct use of the word, for this application, agreed to Alice's suggestion for an adjournment, that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to our next meeting to provide us the opportunity to review the files and get at the issues raised this evening. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, second by Peter. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Stephen, and we appreciate it.
Thanks so much for your time, guys. Have a good night.
You too, thanks. Okay. Now, the next application is BHH LLC at 109 Hampton Road. And this was to amend a prior approval, and this was pending the building inspector determination. I understand now that we do have that from the building inspector. Is that correct, Alice? Okay, so let's call the applicant, and then we can share with the applicant the building inspector's determination, and then happily hear from the applicant. So let's recognize the applicant, and it looks like it's John Bennett.
Good evening, John Bennett and Reed, just down the road from you at Windmill Lane, and John Grew from Coral Brothers, who will be sharing in the screen this evening.
Okay, so Alice, why don't you share with the applicants the determination?
I've seen it.
Oh, well,
Okay.
my apologies. I guess he sent it to the village attorney and not to me. So I just saw it for the first time tonight.
Okay, so, but one of the other board members said they read it.
I
twice.
did. Yeah, I got it in the meeting. Do you want me to read it?
Sure, please.
Okay.
For public
So
benefit.
I have made a site inspection of 109 Hampton Road and have determined there is a feasible alternative to ensure the interior staircase is 2020 New York State Residential Code compliant without need for a dormer.
Okay, so that So now we're here and the applicant may present their side of the story.
Thank you, John Bennett. And I'm just going to highlight a few things, and John Grew will talk to you with more specificity and some illustrations. I'm sort of befuddled by this one sentence finding. It totally lacks any sort of required specificity. If Tin thought that there was an alternate way, it was incumbent upon him to respond with specifics. This is essentially a legal nothing. It's a nullity. It doesn't have any basic what you'd like to see in these hearings. For better or for worse, these hearings and your determination is supposed to be made upon facts. It's supposed to be made upon the law. It's supposed to be made upon a reasoned elaboration. Tin's a very good guy. He's very busy, but he can't do what you've asked him to do in one sentence. I mean, if there's a reasonable, feasible alternative, yeah, sure, you could just tear the entire house down and rebuild it. I mean, I'm being sarcastic, of course, but that's essentially what this letter says. So I do really want to finish my presentation, okay? I think it's only fair.
But I don't think your argument is pursuant to this board, because your issue is with Tien now, because it was his
Now
determination.
you're interrupting.
Mark, hey, everybody, Mark and board members, the process works better if we let the applicant speak and then make notes and by all means address, and it's our turn.
Okay, thank you. All right, so in an attempt, I just got this letter, I tried to figure out what Tin was talking about, because I wanted to move the process along instead of just saying, this is a legal nullity. What is he talking about? And what he said to me, and because I just got this letter, he said to me, he was like, well, you could move the staircase 12 inches, a foot, 2 feet to the left, which is to the, if you're familiar with the house, is to the west. And I said, and John Grew will show this to you, the impossibility of that. I said, Tin, there's a wall there. There's a bathroom. There's a constructed wall there. You can't do that, number one. And then, so I'm trying to figure out what these alternatives are, because I can't tell clearly from the letter. So I tried to get that based upon some, just some talking with him. And we'll show you how that's not feasible. And then one of the board members, and forgive me, I forget who it was, said, well, you could just elongate the stairs so that so that the angle of the rise, so to speak, wouldn't be as extreme. Yes, the door would probably come close or almost bump into it, but you could accomplish it that way. And we're going to show you why that doesn't work with code. Either you have to have a certain dimension between the landing and a door. So again, I feel sort of like I'm shadow boxing with myself here, because I've got a one sentence letter that's, and again, I don't have anything. Tin's a hardworking guy and he's overwhelmed, but I don't have anything to respond to other than what I've been able to determine by speculation what these alternatives are. So what I'd like to do, based upon what we've been able to glean other than this one sentence letter, is to have John Grew show you by sharing the screen that these alternatives, which I'm supposing is what has been talked about, some speculation on my part, because again, of this letter, how these alternatives are also not feasible.
I received something at 6:47 to look at, and I don't feel that I've had adequate.
Okay, well, what we'd like to do is explain it to you. And obviously, I don't think this is going to get closed, because it wouldn't be fair for us to just put, but having said all that, I got this letter.
Right, we understand. So John Grew, why don't you proceed? And then we can take it from there, okay?
Thank you.
So this is a one-page sheet. There's a lot of information on it. What I'm going to do is share my screen and we'll go through it together. 1 second. Can everyone see it?
Yes,
Mhm.
sir.
Okay. So we have the existing conditions right here, if you can see my cursor. This is a photo of the temporary staircase that was installed. You can see the head height of the existing roof line and the orientation of the staircase in line with the windows on the elevation on the right here. So if we built the staircase to in line with the temporary staircase, you can see there's a few issues. One, the staircase goes right through this window, and you additionally don't have the head height required to meet code. To the point that we can move the staircase, I have the floor plans right here. First floor is right here. So we run the staircase up. If we try and move it to the left, we are in the way of this bathroom, and then additionally in the way of the bathroom upstairs. And maybe that's fine, and maybe we, if or have to get rid of 2 bathrooms, I don't think that's reasonable. But additionally, if you reference the New York State Code for a front door, an exterior door, you need 36 inches right here of space between a exterior door and a staircase landing. That rule also applies for bedrooms. On the second floor, we have 1 bedroom here, we have another bedroom here. So the landing could not fall in this area because it would not be 36 inches from the doorways. Again, I realize this puts it back into the building department's lap, but I think if we would have flushed through this a little bit and realized that it's a very small house, it's not a 7,000 square foot home. We're utilizing every square foot of this house to make it livable. And that's really where we're at. So we have two additional lines of code here. This is Appendix AJ R311, having to do with the stair landings in relation to a exterior door and bedroom doors.
May I
And then
respond?
I'll finish, and then I don't have to talk. So our solution to this, as you can see in this elevation, we've reduced the height of the dormers that were previously requested by about 1.5 feet, by a little over a foot, to 1.6 feet. It's a simple eyebrow dormer to make it code compliant. We added the other one to the right to make it symmetrical in line with the architecture. We would step it back so it's really non-invasive and appropriate with the rest of the house. I know Tim's position is his position, but I cannot think, and neither can Mike Benincasa, of another alternative that's reasonable without losing bathrooms and bedrooms. I mean, for instance, if you put the staircase here, you wouldn't have the 100 and.
John, may I respond?
Peter, let me say something first. Okay. So John, I'm sorry, continue on, and you tell me when you're done.
So anyway, if we moved the staircase over here, for instance, we would lose a bedroom and 2 bathrooms, which I don't think is reasonable. And I think the proper response from the building department would have been the most reasonable solution to achieve head height without the applicant incurring enormous expense and utilization of their property is to add a dormer. So,
Okay.
So
So let me say something before I turn it over to the board. A few things strike me. But let me preface it by saying this. This board's purview is the exterior. What gets done in the interior, only to the extent that it impacts the exterior, is of concern to us. Whether or not that impacts the number of bedrooms or the number of bathrooms or how interiorly they're laid out is really not our purview, which then gets me back into what was originally approved and was originally accepted and was the basis upon which the building permit was issued, and was the requirement for you, John, and the applicant to build the house. And that was specifically without an east-facing dormer. The same arguments that you put forward about not having headspace were raised then. I remember, in fact, it might have been the same neighbor who came up and made, or the applicant saying, I've got a 6-foot son and all this. And we said, that's very nice, but you're buying an historic house, you're restoring it. The board, under its purview and responsibility to provide for historic preservation, voted on and approved the house without the dormers that you are now arguing for. And you made a reference, and I just caught it, to temporary staircase. Again, that's something interior. So was there a staircase there before? I mean, what was there before?
The existing staircase.
Let me just finish, John. Whatever was there before worked and was part of the historic elements of the house. How you, as an architect and as a developer, work around that, that's your business. But the business of this board is and was to approve the house and maintain its historic elements. And that's what it did. And as part of that, it approved the house and you accepted the design without the dormers. So we're now re-arguing an element that was looked at before, was voted on, was accepted, and was fully expected that you would build to plan. The building inspector, whether it's one word or a tome, is saying that's an alternative way. Now, if you want to sit down and discuss with the building inspector, and maybe we have a very capable architect on the board in terms of Peter, if you want to toss around a few ideas, maybe it's here or maybe it's offline, I don't know what's appropriate, we can do that. But bottom line that gets me wondering is, I hear all this stuff about the inside. It's an historic house. That's what was voted on to preserve, and that's what you accepted. I'll turn it over to Peter.
Can I comment to that first?
No, let's hear the board first, and then you can comment in totality.
No, I'd like to share my screen.
I'm just trying to keep the process going because
listen,
they have long evenings. I'm trying to maintain some element.
May I speak?
Sure, go ahead.
This is an analysis of the sections that were presented to the board last year. It's 2020, that is. The applicant did, this is from the original submission. The applicant did sections through the stair. This is their 6'4" figure. They never did sections through the bathroom underneath. The section under the existing stair was 6 feet, okay? It left you 4 feet for a sink. You bump your head splashing water on your face. Look at the plan. It is up about 7 risers. That's 4.5 feet. That sink never fit there. That sink will never fit there under the old stair or the new stair. You can move this door, which as planned in the original submission is less than 6 feet high. That's not to code, is it? You can move that door, you see my cursor? You can move it to the west. And you can move this wall between the living room and the bathroom to the west so that you can get your bathroom between the wall of the stair and the wall of the living room. That's what you can do to solve your problem. And you don't need a dormer to do it.
How does that affect the upstairs bedroom?
The upstairs bedroom works just fine.
How?
You figure out how.
This
is an analysis. John.
And this drawing is inaccurate.
John.
It's inaccurate.
John,
staircase is going right through two windows.
John, I'm an architect of 45 years standing. I'm accomplished. I've been to school. You haven't. Okay. This is an
So guys,
this is an expert's analysis. It is not a design.
So I just want to
excuse me. No, Jeff.
I want to take it out of the personal stuff. I think what's being presented here is a concept by an acclaimed, like a well-studied.
No, Jeff, I have to correct you. It is not a concept. It is an analysis. It is an analysis.
Thank you.
And it is up. Excuse me. It is up to the applicant to apply analyses such as this to come up with an alternative.
And that is correct, because, and it gets back to what I was saying, John Grew and John Bennett, which is the purview of this board, which is the exterior. You have an analysis for you to consider. The fact is, and unless my other board members think differently about the dormers, which that they may, my view is you build it as was approved, and what goes on the inside is your deal. John Bennett, let me just ask the other board members if they have any comments.
I think we've lived this once before, and we voted, and the dormers were not approved based on the fact that brick revival buildings don't have dormers because it interferes with the temple form. And I think to keep bringing this up, thinking that you hit your head enough times, we'll reach a different conclusion. Is Bruce.
Yeah. Okay. Mark or John.
I mean,
John Greg, Mark and John Greg.
I understand the hardship of working on historic houses, but if I'm correct, though, isn't the fenestration along the wall where that staircase is, isn't that different than the approved drawing as well? So if the window's a problem, the windows aren't what was approved anyway. But it seems to me that this isn't, which is why I was talking to you, John. Seems to me like right now you have an interior issue. So this issue as we stand right now is between you guys and the building inspector. Because I agree with Sarah, we went through this twice. We made our determination before you guys tore the staircase out, before you started building the new staircase. So I feel like it's up to you guys to solve your interior problem. It's not for us to make changes to what we approved for what is a historic and one of the oldest houses in Southampton Village to accomplish something that wasn't approved in the interior building process. I guess that's where I come out.
Yep. Yeah. John Gregory, any comment from you?
No.
Okay. All right. So any public comment, and then we'll give you guys a chance to rebut.
I have one hand up.
Okay.
Bring that person in. Mark Kafaga. And here he comes. Hi, Mark, you're in. If you will start your camera and unmute. If you can't find it, I'll send you that request. Here's the unmute request. Please click on the request on your screen, sir.
I'm thinking that might have been an accident. I think he's in for a later application.
Okay, putting him back then.
All right. So John,
thank you. Thank you.
Your opportunity to rebut.
Yeah.
Well, comment.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. First of all, we'll obviously take a look at Peter's drawing, and thank you for that. But we'd like the opportunity to make sure that it does indeed comply with codes and make sense. I don't want to do it on the fly. In the same way, you don't want to make comments to our submissions. Number one, but number two, I want to superimpose over all of this what hasn't been answered. And it continues to be my legal position that we've demonstrated that in certain instances, you want to call it interior or exterior, it doesn't matter to me, but in certain instances, the historic regulations, no matter where they emanate from, have to give way to the state building code. And we put that chapter and verse in the law, in our submissions. There's a limited number of them because most of the time the code realizes that, you know, it's a good goal to have these houses preserved, but there are certain circumstances when the health and safety requirements require that the historic strictures give way, and that hasn't been answered. I guess what I'd like to do then is ask you again to take a look at that. And you're going to have to make some sort of determination anyway. You can't just say, "Oh, we don't have purview over the interior," because indeed there's a significant nexus right here. Number one, but number two, let's just take a look at what Peter drew. Thank you very much, Peter. And you can also take a look at what we've demonstrated. I only got this letter. Maybe I think it was. I was trying to get to bed early on Friday because I had to get up at 5 to go see my kids up at BC. So this letter came in really late. I just got to see it, and we tried to turn around very quickly. Sarah, I understand your position because you're just looking at the stuff, but I'm in the same boat. So I would just ask you to adjourn it.
Okay, so thank you. I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn. Do I have a second on that?
Okay.
Oh, okay, all in favor?
Okay.
Aye. Okay, great, and we'll look at that stuff.
Nice to
Okay,
you.
great, thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks.
Okay. So let me get on there. Hold on a second, folks. Okay. The next application at Post Crossing is a standing adjournment. The next application after that is Fairlane Realty Corp. at 242 Main Street. It's listed as adjourned, but I think at this point, Alice and Jackie, while it was noted in, I think, the meeting in December that they would require reposting and mailing, can't we just take it off the agenda, or must it stay on there?
You can take it off at this point. They're aware that they're going to have to come back and repost and renotice once they're ready to come forward.
Okay, so
I'm gonna say, that's your call as chair.
yeah, so
Sorry,
I move, and I don't know if we have to make a motion on it, but just from an administrative standpoint, let's simply remove that from the future agendas. Okay, as long the applicant is aware of it, and that she knows that, right? Jackie, you were saying?
Yes, she's aware that they do have to repost and renotice. She's going to let me know once they're ready.
Great. Okay, so let's move on and strike that from the agenda without prejudice. Do I have to move on that, or that's?
No, you're good.
Okay. All right. So the next application is Smithtown Partners LLC, 40 Meadow Lane. Is the applicant here?
Let's see. Yes, we have 3 coming in.
Okay.
And maybe 4.
Okay. So, gentlemen, please introduce yourselves. Tell us who's going to be driving the bus, and then I just want to make a couple of comments before we begin.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Michael Sinlensky for the applicant, Smithtown Partners LLC, the Sinlensky Law Firm, 860 Montauk Highway, Waterman, New York, 11976. I'm joined by Ted Fire, who's the owner's representative, and Josh Rosenzweig from Austin Dilston and Austin Patterson and Diston, architects. They are architects on the project.
Okay, great. So, Michael, I assume you're driving the bus, right?
I did have my bus driver's license in college. That's how I
okay.
Part of my way through college. So,
well, you chose a worthy. Both driving a bus and being an attorney are both respectable professions. So, I was looking at the listing of the application, and it says installation of an elevator, and it's more than that, and maybe it's a small point, but I think it really should be installation of an elevator and related exterior alterations. Now, you were kind enough and amenable to set up dates for lighting review. And while that's important, it's and an element of all this. The other thing that I had asked for, and you submitted, thank you, which were side-by-side comparisons between the elevations. I had also asked for this board members, this was subsequent to our meeting. I realized that we didn't have side-by-side comparisons, and I thought it would be helpful. You received those from the building department. I also asked for the renderings, which were not in scale, to be put to scale. I'm not sure if we got those. If
I can just address that point, Mr. Chairman.
Let me just finish, Michael.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
My memory's like a sieve. And then the third thing was that the building inspector tells me that he reached out to you, Michael, for plans to show the pyramid, which was missing on the elevations that he had. So I don't know if you received, he said he sent that notice to you on Friday, but I'm not sure if you've had time to turn that around.
We did receive that request, but it was after the building department had closed on Friday.
Yeah.
I reached out to the building inspector to discuss it, because I had discussed it with his predecessor in office.
Yeah.
Previously, as far as that goes. So I will speak to him. He did not return my call today.
Okay.
In time for this meeting to discuss that.
Right.
In regards to the renderings that you requested,
yes,
because they are renderings, they can't necessarily be done in scale. And I can let Josh address that. To that point, that because it's a rendering, it can't necessarily be in scale because it's a perspective drawing.
I mean, the renderings are based off of a to scale model, but the angle at which they're at, the elevations certainly do a better job of serving to allow someone to scale or see visual scale to it, which is why we put the side-by-side elevations together for you all to see.
Okay, that's fine. I just thought that the renderings weren't necessarily, as they say, they weren't to scale. Now, as far as the pyramid drawings, I'm not sure, and I'm not comfortable for the board to make a final vote one way or the other without having those. But I do very much, again, you were very accommodating in terms of making time available for the board members to see the new lighting plans, to have the building inspector and you have your conversation about the pyramid laws. Okay, and to submit that. So with that understood, let's proceed. And Michael, again.
Sure. So as much as I would like to, as much as I would like to drive the bus, what I really would like to do is hear from the members of the board. So I know the members of the board were kind enough to take time out of their schedule to actually come and see a demonstration of possible lighting alterations that could be done to the existing legal lighting system that's there. Because the last hearing, one of the main hearings that one of the main concerns we heard were the actual, how much light is being emitted from the site. And I think one of the most important aspects of seeing in person is to seeing the drastic scope of what we're contemplating and doing and reducing the lighting, the exterior lighting at the premises, and also how that relates to the two dormer pieces and how they blend it and will blend into the background of the precipice gable that's in the center of the building. So I'd really like to hear the boards, now that the board's actually been to the site and seen those things, to hear some of their feedback as to whether we're on the right track in that regard.
Right, so I would like to reverse the order a little bit. So I'd like to go to the elevations that are side by side so that we look at the alterations to the building and then we can look at the lighting. So if Michael or Ted or
Cat.
Cat. So let's start with the north elevation. Because
east, all right. Move this, let's see if I can do it this way. What do we got here? West, south, north. Here's north. Can you see that, Jeff?
Yeah, so Michael, because it wasn't necessarily clear to me, and maybe the other board members have a better perspective. The dimensions, the size, the setbacks, and so on of the addition, again, of the alterations and basically the additions to the structure.
Josh, you want to address these? Because it seems that as the architecture of what we're proposing, and it's probably best if you address it.
Yes, if I can share the screen, the dimensions can be seen in the floor plans of each story so that you can see the overall dormer size.
Sure.
So let me go back to my screen again. See here. Okay. And just for the record, this is the original ARB submission set from our December hearing, I believe. So there's no new information on this. It's exactly what the board has.
Do you have a sky plane analysis in that submission?
No, there's not. This is the December application that we sent in.
Okay.
But so I'm sorry, is that Ted speaking?
So this is
Josh.
Josh speaking.
Josh, but I really want to see the side by side.
You're right, Jeff, because viewing this doesn't accurately reflect what the view is from the street.
Right. Here's the side by side right here. And as you can see, the two top dormers for the proposed north elevation have been moved just inside the frame of the main fenestration of the house. But side by side wise, as you can see, my mouse is hovering over the two dormers, the one on the right-hand side of the page, which encapsulates the elevator hoistway, and the one on the left-hand side of the page to the east, which is there for symmetry and is non-habitable space on that floor. It's a minimal addition to the front fenestration, but what was very apparent from the site visit, I hope anyway, from the board members who were able to come, was that the materiality of these dormers, which are the zinc-coated copper panels, very much disappear into the background of what we identify as the front gable of this building. I think that it was very, very much something that you could see when you're there, especially given the other zinc-coated copper roofs around the building now as they disappear beyond the foreground of it. This elevation presents the only change, which of course is the two dormers on the front.
Okay.
Technically, that's not a zinc-coated roof. That's a zinc-coated sidewall, correct? Aren't those flat roofed?
Yeah, there's actually, I'd love to, if it's okay with the board, I have a little pen here where I can highlight. What's nice is that we were able to see this comparative on site because this parapet wall right here is existing, and that's zinc coated copper, and this is also zinc coated copper. So you can see the actual elevation of that material break and push to the background. It's not as predominant as the gable, which is out of the limestone. So matching that material here, which are the dormers that we are proposing, very much disappears in terms of the hierarchy of what a material does against the limestone panels. That's what I was just trying to.
All right, let's go through the other elevations and then let's come back to this.
Okay. So this was the side by side.
I'm interested in seeing, again, to my first point as to this is not simply the installation of an elevator. It's additions that you are making to the house. And as was discussed in the previous application, what one does with the interior, or what one does because they choose to have the convenience of an elevator for whatever the reasons may be, to the extent it impacts the exterior, that's our purview. So you're asking us, and you're coming before this board to consider additions to a structure. So that's what I'd like to focus on. We see the additions you're making to the front, which are almost, well, we'll comment, we'll come back to that. Show us where the
They're
addition.
almost what? I missed what you said. What did you not say?
I said I would come back to it.
Okay.
I want you to present, and I'm going to go on mute in a second. So,
Okay, the side.
if you can take us around the other elevations, and I'll go on mute.
Sure, absolutely, Mr. Chairman. The south elevation is not going to change because the improvements are to the north side of the main ridge that runs east to west. The east elevation, as you can see here, you have a before and after, and the roof line that I'm hovering with my mouse over right now that you see from the front elevation connects to the main gable that is happening right here where my mouse is. So you will see the return of this zinc coated copper wall fenestration on that. You can see before on the top, after on the bottom. Can everybody see the difference there?
Yep.
Before and after?
Yep.
Okay. And on the west elevation, where the elevator makes way with the half story, and I will come up with the pen if that's okay. You can see the before here, and the after is the creation of our hallway, which takes us from the elevator to the access on the half story. And what we have done is we've balanced out the glass wall fenestration with both the west second floor and the west first floor glass openings to create, once again, a little bit of visual symmetry on the house that demands it. Those are the changes to the exterior elevations.
Right.
So how far?
The house is coming. The house is coming out a few feet, right?
The house is coming out 3'3 3/4.
Okay, that's all. Yep.
Yep. Well,
I just want to make sure that we understand all the additions that are being made to this.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And that was one of the comments that we enjoyed from the first hearing, because we did make an amendment to this proposal by reducing the dormers and pushing them back a little bit in order to, once again, make them feel secondary to the overarching gable, which was the front elevation.
That's my question. How far back are they set?
Right now, they are set about 14 inches back from the front.
14 inches.
14 inches, okay. All right. All right. So let's separate the architectural changes related to the additions before we discuss the lighting. So I'd like to turn this over to the board. I think you already, John, do you want to continue with your comments?
As much as I sympathize with the members of the Meadow Club having to deal with the light coming from this house, that's not the central issue for me. It's about the addition to the structure itself, and what they're adding with that 12-inch, 14-inch setback constitutes essentially another floor they're putting onto the facade of the building, or the facade of the house. It changes the massing of the house. It changes the presence of the house. And it doesn't make sense to me. There are other alternatives, just as we explained for other homes. There are other alternatives to look at here without impacting the facade of the house as much as it has here.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
To be honest with you, I don't think I have as much problem with this as John does. I think if this is what they want to accomplish, the 3 feet coming forward in the house and the redesign of the house, one of the biggest complaints we have about this house does involve light, because the light projection goes straight out toward Meadow. So I do think I have
that
to look.
Exists now.
But I have to look at what we saw and the architectural impact of the house. I don't have the problem that others might. I think it's such a square, blocky architectural form that putting it into this form in this house is actually the reduction in light to the front of the house trade-off. I don't have an issue with it.
Okay. Sarah?
And I will say, yes, this is an extension of the house, but the actual moving forward addition is the exact same conversation we had 2 weeks ago. So if the language needs to change, what has not changed is a submission as far as the construction of 3 feet.
Right. Okay. Peter, Sarah, any comments?
Yes. I'd like to, I think everyone should see the lighting, the side-by-side lighting, you know, as it exists now and as they're proposing it, because I do think it's a big concern. I think it's an improvement. I'd say material improvement, but light isn't material. But
right.
But as it's as it presents, I think it solves or answers a complaint that we've heard from the community for a long time. As far as the additions, at night, you know, I was there for the lighting. You won't see it because it's dark. In this environment, you know, you're not going to lose much sky. You are on the beach. The horizon is low. I mean, if this were in the city and, you know, where a square inch of sky is valuable, I'm fine with it. I also think that the architects have been, you know, they're showing a lot of care and attention. But given the lighting, so I do want, please show that. But I'm looking at the side elevations and, you know, what about the lighting out of them? You know, I mean, I've since heard, and I'm sorry I didn't bring this up at the prior, but I've since heard that the lighting from the sides, you know, that big, you know, top to bottom windows were also a neighborhood issue. And then finally, I have an architectural suggestion, and this is just, you know, it's a limestone frame. You've got wood slats up in the gable. Instead of doing opaque glass, why don't you do clapboards? Why don't you, you know, why don't you do a wood infill? It would soften the whole house up so much, and it might give it the residential air that it lacks.
Interesting comment.
So, Mr. DeWitt,
let me just get the board comments, including my own, and then we'll turn it back to you, Michael. Sarah, did you have any comments?
Yes, having been on site again, I've seen it during the day and I've seen it from 5:15 on. And I think the proposed solution with the subservience of these dormers, it's set back from both physically and from a material standpoint from the limestone gable end. And I by 5:15, you couldn't even see any of this part of the roof. So I doubt that it will be visible once it's changed.
Right.
And they've also, by pushing back, we're going to have less lighting. We counted 21 individual lights that will also not be there and be glaring. Now, the point of the west elevation and east elevation lighting probably needs to be addressed, but I'm happy with the overall design as submitted.
Mm-hmm. So my comments, Michael and crew, were underscored by Josh when he was highlighting the dormers, when he was taking his red highlighter and marking them out. When he did that, the geometry is such that the two dormers almost equal, or at least I would say probably are 70% of the facade of the square footage, if you will, of the gable. So I think I appreciate the change in the lighting in the evening, but at the same time, I'm very conscious of the scale and mass of this as it currently exists, and the increase in scale and mass of this with these dormers. And 14 inches from the ground up, yeah, you're not going to see it, but from the street or across the street, you're going to see it. And this is, I'm sorry for the noise in the background, a very massive house on a very narrow lot. And as such, I think the additions you're making increase the scale and the massiveness of it, such that I think it is disharmonious with the neighborhood. And I'm just distracted by the dog, but and in as much as this is, like the previous application, a desire to make interior changes or at least install an elevator, for which per Michael, it's not impossible, but it is difficult, that I think it's adding to the scale of the house in a way that I think is detrimental to the historic district. So Michael, you and your crew can respond, but public comment? Okay.
No, there's no public comment at this point.
Okay.
And just so I'm clear, because I attempted, there's no comment, there's no written submissions have been made to the board from the public as well, correct?
There were previous, Michael, I don't know if you know the history of this house.
I know it very well.
Okay.
But I'm talking about this application that's being made currently.
There's also an issue I will share with you as to, I'll hold that off for the moment. The fact that the public may or may not comment.
No, this is not this is not a question about whether
you're free to converse with the neighbors and try to solicit support if you wish.
No. What my question is one purely of the building department. The building department in its current state is completely overworked. I was just trying to determine whether or not there was actually something was submitted or not, because I had checked on Friday and nothing had been submitted. I just wanted to make sure that nothing had been submitted today. That's all.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. That's all I was.
We all have access to the same files.
So if I could address, if I could go back to Member DeWitt's comments as to the opaque glass panels that have been pulled.
Right, and now, we've spoken about the architecture, and by all means, we can address the lighting as well.
Is the member's comment, would he want to see something along the similar battens that are in the peak of the gable replicated?
Well, I was just, it's just an offhand comment, and it is very hard and cold. It has a corporate look. And I thought just maybe, just clapboards, instead of a solid wall of glass, if they were just cedar clapboards, that's all. And, it wouldn't affect my decision. I just thought it might soften the house.
Yeah, I'll let Josh, because I'm not the architect, I'll let Josh, follow up. And I was just trying to figure out what exactly the request was. That's all.
No, but it's not I'm not, it's just something to.
I know it's something to ponder, and we've tried our best to take the board's comments into account, and that's what led to the lighting demonstration and the change in the lighting.
But I did learn from some neighbors that the east-west lighting is also an issue, and I haven't even looked at it, so I just.
Okay.
But I think you should show us the side-by-side lighting if you can, because I think that's a very good comparison.
Josh, you have those that you can pull up on the screen?
I have the ones that you submitted, Michael, and I believe the board members took their own pictures that you wanted them to from the last meeting.
No, I just meant so the public could see it.
The side-by-side, just the side-by-sides that we submitted, that'd be great, Josh.
Yep. 1 second, please, while I pull that up. If I can add something for the board, this was submitted by Mr. Sanalinsky at our last hearing, but the new demonstration of the light, we are now getting rid of the light in here, here, and here as well. So while this is certainly a powerful image, it's even less amount of light based on what we've agreed upon. So
Right, and also you're getting rid of the uplights and the steps.
that is
Right.
correct. So that's
That's what's making those weird shadows, you know, those splayed shadows.
That's right. So really what we all had a moment to look at this on site, the before and afters are going to be so much more dramatic than this. There's so
Right,
much
okay.
less light that is going to be on the
Right.
home.
I found the lighting presentation convincing.
For the board's edification, the lights that are shown on the stairway to the left of the photos, those are shielded lights. Those lights are shielded
Yes.
going up. And it would be our intention because the staircase, when you pull it forward by 3 feet, the staircase gets replaced. It would be our lighting plan to have a constant vernacular going all the way across the front for lighting purposes. So you would have those same shielded lights on both the left, center, and right pathways.
Okay, thanks.
And just one other point, it wasn't 21 lights, it's actually 28 lights that are removed.
Okay.
By pulling the facades forward. It's 7 lights in each of the four squares.
Thank you.
And you're also losing those in the right-hand side of the right-hand picture, the path lights that are going up there, those get changed out too, because that's now a ramp.
That's correct.
Yes, correct.
So effectively, all the up lights that are now probably not dark sky compliant, that light the ceiling of the first and second floor where that glass goes away into darkness, you're going to pin spot the front door and bring down that stairway to heaven, that current stairway to heaven to the ground by changing the lighting out completely and putting in sideways light and reducing it considerably.
That's correct.
So in terms of, it doesn't solve the left and right light projection to the neighbors, but to the front neighbor and to people driving down Meadow, this huge projection of light that is there currently gets reduced significantly.
And so to the east and west, I think it's on the west side. I'm sorry, is it the west elevation in which you're adding the walkway?
It's the west elevation. The east elevation, east elevation, when you come around the corner, the only the spot to see it from the public way.
So to mitigate the light pollution on the west elevation, what's being
it's not light pollution, and this is actually the approved lighting plan that's allowed in place. So I don't think light pollution is the same.
Well, no, but
the problematic aspects of the lighting,
But aren't you adding a walkway?
Michael, when you come off the elevator down toward the bedroom on that top floor, you've added 2 great big windows.
Yeah, so 2 windows that are added
Right.
there. Correct.
Yeah. So what are you proposing to mitigate that? Well, why do those have to be? Why do they have to be glass windows? I don't know. Maybe
the glass was used for symmetrical purposes. And Josh, you can address it better than I can. But they're there to address be symmetrical to the windows the 2 windows that are located directly below.
Yeah, but
what the neighbors are going to be confronted with, Michael, is a 3rd story, an all glass walkway, a 3rd story all glass walkway facing on to their property, and that's an issue of concern to this point.
Here's just a question. Would you be amenable? Because on the other side of the house, those windows don't exist because that's a false wall. So on this side of the house, on the west side of the house, would you be amenable to not putting those windows in and putting a skylight? Because that's actually just a transfer hallway down to the upstairs portion of the house, if I'm correct.
It is. It's a way to get from the elevator hoistway to the actual entry to the 2nd floor. But this is opaque glass right here. Okay, so essentially just letting some ambient light in, we could actually make that opaque completely, and you would not be able to have light come out of the building itself. Perhaps we could also add some light coming in the ceiling as you suggested, and that would give us some natural light, if of course it would be okay with the our client as well.
Why, but you can have opaque glass you can't see out of?
We could also entertain doing a skylight there as well and reducing the amount of glass on that corridor, if you will, by just continuing the zinc coated copper panels.
Yeah, I think if we could see a skylight through there, lose those, because you don't have those windows on the east side of the house.
No, we do not.
Because that's a false wall. So for balance, if you just made this a solid wall, reduce these two windows to the neighbor, put a skylight in there for daylight, and then you can light it. Because that's just a transfer hallway from the elevator into the upstairs rooms, right?
Correct. It is. It is. Initially, it was nice to have some light there so you didn't feel like you were in a cavernous space, claustrophobic, which I believe was also, a programmatic ask from the client. So to have those walls completely be opaque and bring in some skylight light would be a concession, but we could certainly discuss it.
I think Josh and apparently Michael knows the history of this house. This is a pre-existing non-conforming lot. It is extremely narrow in general, but surely for a beachfront lot. So anything you do to reduce infringing on the neighbors in terms of sight line and light is something that I believe our board members have consistently been concerned with. And again, this is a pre-existing non-conforming narrow lot. So you are a lot closer to the neighbors than would otherwise be allowed in the current scheme of things. So if you can accommodate the board and the neighbors to that extent, I'm not speaking for them, but just in terms of that, what I think Mark had suggested would be is a possible solution.
Okay.
And perhaps Mr. Fire may want to comment on that as well in terms of the glazing west.
Maybe before we have that, do any other board members have comments in regards to this, as opposed to it being opaque glass or the matching the east side and this side together?
Opaque glass doesn't bother me, but I haven't seen it at night. I mean, the existing west elevation.
Well, if it's opaque, no light can come through it, correct?
Well, you could have, yeah.
No, I just want to get our definition straight. Oh,
Yeah. Opaque, yeah. Are you talking about opaque or translucent? I think that's what Peter is getting at.
There's also at this point, it sounds to me that, there are several options to choose from. I know that our client would prefer the ability to come off an elevator and feel like he can see some of the view to the west, so he doesn't feel like he's in a closed corridor, both our clients. And I think that we would have to discuss potential other options. There's also films on glass that allow low reflectivity and ambient light from inside not projecting out that still give the ability to look out and see the sky. So I'm sure there might be a solution in there that can give everybody what they want, a reduction of light and noise to our neighbors, but also the ability to have a transparent view from inside what is already a tight and closed space.
Mm-hmm.
I think what you're hearing is the issue is concern about transmittable light from that corridor into neighboring properties.
Okay.
Is that you, Jeff?
Is that? I think that's the board's mascot, but adding their 2 cents.
The board mascot may be peeing all over this.
Oh my gosh.
My files. No, but we may take a short break after this if folks don't mind. But all right, so there's food for thought here. You've heard the board's comments, both in terms of the additions, the lighting. I think one of the challenges is when this gets eventually drafted, that we're specific enough so that the written decision will speak to all the various elements.
Yes, and you know, we have to really settle, what does opaque mean? I don't know, everyone is dodging that.
No, I don't think we're dodging. I think what we're going to do is it's not going to get settled. It's not going to get settled at this meeting. We're going to come back with a plan that's approved by our client, and we can show the board, you know, whether it be samples, or we can make samples available to the board of what exactly is being proposed for that space.
May I weigh in, Mr. Chairman? Ted Fire, owner's representative. Mike, you know, if that's the only open issue is the opacity of that corridor, those two windows on the corridor, I think we could commit to doing something that doesn't transmit any light out of that corridor. So the material will either be the zinc material from the east side or a glass product that simply doesn't emit any light through it, but just gives the effect of glass. And then we'll have to get natural light in through a skylight. So if that was the only issue that would stand in the way of the, you know.
No, it's not the only issue. And so I thank you for, no, there are other issues to contend with. There's
What are the other issues?
What are the other issues?
There's the pyramid law that the building, which we began with.
We're going to comply with pyramid, whatever we have to do to comply with pyramid, we're going to comply.
I understand. So the building inspector has to view the plans in relation to the pyramid law and see if they comply with that. And if they do, fine. And if they don't, we'll address it at that point. You know, my concern is that the additions are.
Well, this board want to be addressed by getting a variance from the zoning board of appeals. Right, this board has the right to grant relief to the pyramid law, correct?
Jeff, normally, you know, it's already, I understand that something has clearly happened here that I'm not aware of, but normally the building inspector reviews all plans for compliance with the zoning code before it comes to this board.
Exactly.
Correct.
So, you know, if this is not
And
compliant.
the building inspector shared with me that he did not view this in the context of the pyramid law, which is why he reached out to the client, to the applicant, to provide a drawing showing the pyramid. And so that's, you know, in as much as Michael and his crew are going back to their client to talk about the various issues with the hallway and the glass and so on, we'll check with the building department and let him do his work. And if it meets the pyramid laws, then fine. But as of right now, I don't know, nor does the building inspector know. So Michael, my suggestion is that you and Tin get in touch with each other and.
I will, because it was I already had at-length discussions with the building department.
But not with the current not with the current building inspector. So anyway, please reach out.
I will. I tried to. He hasn't returned my call. So
okay, they've been extremely busy and shorthanded. So bear with us. And so
if I may, Mr. Chairman, we're anxious that if things go positively for us, we're anxious to order materials and
I understand.
Try to get this moving. If there's a way that if the board were to vote positively tonight, we may condition the things that need to be conditioned. That may be.
There's too much in the air from my standpoint to put this to vote to deem the file anything other than complete. I need to see the pyramid laws. The board needs to see the pyramid laws. It has not been thoroughly reviewed by the building department from that standpoint.
Well, I would object. I would object to
okay.
that.
Object.
You're not the arbiter of what the building inspector.
We also need to understand the materials that you're using.
So, guys, everybody, Alice said that it's the assumption that everything has been reviewed and pass muster by the building inspector. And what I'm saying is one element hasn't. So let's check with that. It's a matter of 2 weeks, Ted, and then we'll vote on it. But to do it now with an incomplete file would be inappropriate for this board to do so. And it's too much of a condition to ask, nor do we have the specifications on the nor do we have the specifications in the lighting detail to the extent that you laid out. Sorry about that.
All right, so move this along.
I think there's more information
When you-
that just needs to be submitted. I'm not,
To move this along, you would like to see a concrete example of the lighting solution for the window on the corridor, and we need to understand that Tien has looked at and reviewed pyramid plans. Anything else?
exactly. Thank you,
We need
Mark.
the materials indicated on the plan, what's actually.
That's right.
Plan has to be accurate.
And a lighting plan, as you folks laid out. So, let's do that. Let's adjourn. and-
Michael, I'm sorry, Michael, can you just request specificity on the lighting plan?
As far as what you're looking for, where the lights are going to be located?
Yeah, you just,
Which lights are being removed?
in talking tonight, you just laid out, what type of lights and everything else. I'm sorry, Mark, go ahead.
I couldn't hear you.
And Michael, and what kind of lights they will be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't we just discuss in the last property that we have no purview over exterior lighting other than what's attached to the property?
The difference is we're making this.
That's not I'm asking Alice, excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm confused because I thought we were talking about the materials that are being proposed on the house here in order to increase the opacity. So it's not the lighting, it's either the opaque glass or the semi-transparent glass, or whether you're going to take Peter's suggestion on clapboard siding.
Yeah, I believe what the chairman was referring to is our offer of mitigation of a lighting plan that greatly reduces the lighting that's already been approved and used on the site that we're offering as condition mitigation for the addition of the dormers, and how the addition of that lighting mitigation plan deals with the massing issues that is the purview of this board.
But Alice, those changes, we have no decision over what he's discussing. That he can do whatever he wants with the lighting within the.
No, but
and it's mitigation.
Hang on, whether these are up lights or down lights, these lights are actually attached to the fixture. They're actually attached to the structure.
Right.
The issue we had with the last house is there was no lighting they were not showing us any lighting attached to the structure, therefore they can't have any. This house already has lighting that's part of the structure. It's uplights built that they're taking away.
So arbitrary, seriously.
And they're putting spotlights in the ceiling over the door, which is attached to the structure. But we want to see how many and where they project.
You're talking about lighting up the stairs. We have no purview over the landscape lighting. So why are we talking about things like that?
Well, I think to Michael's point, and take yes for an answer. Michael is saying, as part of the overall submission,
that's totally up to him.
As a way of reducing the mass, which is a concern.
Also, John, this board has purview over any material change in the appearance of the property. This is an historic district.
So then why didn't that apply to the previous property?
Not historic.
Well, there's a lot of nuance. There are a lot of differences, but that also was not in the historic district. There was no lighting. They're talking about reducing lighting as mitigation.
And it is excessive. So it's a nice give.
Excessive, but approved.
Yeah, approved. Absolutely. That's why it's
absolutely. And that's the whole point is that if and when this application is approved, that you'll have a substantially different lighting plan that's approved by this board and is mitigation for the other approvals.
If the horse trading is where we're headed with the board, that's great. I'm all for it.
There's a certain amount of.
It's not a horse. It does impact.
Let's go. I think we're there. Michael, you're asking us to adjourn?
Yes, we'd ask you to adjourn to your next meeting, which is
February
14th, so I can cancel my Valentine's Day plans with my girlfriend.
You're not getting out of that, Michael. Excuse on
is that it? It's always been her dream to go to an ARB meeting.
Yeah.
Our next meeting is the 14th, Jeff.
That's
not even a joke.
All right. Well, it is what it is. So in any event,
I gotta cancel my plans too. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry about that. Anyway, I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to our next meeting.
Second.
Second on that, thank you, Peter. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you,
Thanks,
everyone.
folks, and I appreciate the discussion and to be carried on. Okay,
Thank you all.
thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michael, Ted, and Josh,
Thank you very much.
and Steve. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I'm not sure what to do here.
Why
Okay,
don't we,
you want to take a 10-minute break?
no, why don't we go ahead and hear Job's Lane and then take a break?
Okay, all right. Well, actually, we have, oh, that's right, North Sea Tate's Bake is adjourned. So I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to February 14th for Tate's Bake Shop. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, great, that's adjourned. All right,
just have one-
Park Slope Investment Trust.
One comment there, Pates. Jackie, if somebody from the building department is talking to
Oh,
them,
yes,
I think John was right. If they could
Yes.
move that white wrapped pedal craft out from the front, that should
Yes.
be. So if anybody's talking to Tates and they could move that for the winter, that would be great.
right. So thank you, John, for mentioning that. I have it in my notes on the margin here, so thank you for doing that. Yes, because without the wrapping, that constitutes a sign by code. Sign doesn't have to be attached to a wall. It can be parked in front. And a shrouded vehicle like that, I think in the historic district is an impediment and a detriment, I should say, to the historic district. So yeah, we'll send out a note, whether it be from the building department or from the chair. I'll speak to Jackie about that, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, finally, in the historic Park Slope Investment Trust, 81 Job's Lane, exterior alterations.
We don't have jurisdiction. They didn't
We-
post
we-
it.
We don't have affidavits, it wasn't posted or what?
It wasn't posted or noticed.
Oh, okay, are they aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, okay, thank you, Alice, for checking on that. So let's take a 10-minute break if we could. Does that work for everybody? A 5-minute break? What do you say?
Yeah.
Okay, 10-minute break. So at 9:35, we'll get back to you. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody. Next applications will be historic gates.
Dick Wyndham.
Shoot. I'm gonna.
Driveway gate to start 35 Herrick Road. If the attendees for that matter will raise your hands, we'll bring you in. There we
I'm
go.
just going to put her in her crate.
Well, board, I received affidavits on this one and they're in order.
Thank you.
Okay, Laura Santana is coming in. I love saying that name, Laura Santana.
Come on down.
Hi, Laura, you're in. If you'll start your camera, there you go, and start your camera. Here, I'll send you.
For sharing.
You got it. You got it. And as soon as Jeff comes back, he'll speak to you. So just give him a minute.
Okay, folks, thank you for your patience, indulgence, and the break was good. So anyway, the application as Kat has lined up is DCK Wyndham at 35 Herrick Road for driveway gates. Please step forward if there's somebody there.
It is. It's Laurel Santana.
Hey, Laura.
Hello, how you doing?
Good.
Very good, guys.
You have the floor, Laurel.
All right, so basically, paperwork that I'm submitting there is for the application of a driveway gate for 35 Herricks. I believe, I have two actually for tonight, but I believe is the first one, just one we're talking about right now, correct?
Okay.
Right. And do we have that, or is your?
Yeah, I've got it right now. Let's see.
So
come on.
If I may say something, basically what I did a couple of designs that entails on a 50% see-through that you guys requested. Not that you guys requested, but it's on, on depending on the plan. That's how it has to be. So basically, these gates are louver gates that are set on a 45-degree angle that actually lets you look into the property on a side. So basically, you have, I would imagine that would be more than 50% of a view that you have, since they are on a 45 degrees length. Okay, so basically, you don't have a straight see-through, but you have a side see-through. They can see the whole property into it. Now, that's one design that I did. You have different types. I mean, this would be the same type of a gate.
So can you show us where on the property this is?
Correct. I did. All right. So basically, we have right on the front entrance, the driveway entrance, which is about, the gate should, is to be located 18 feet from the curbside. This is a slide gate, what they call an easy slide type of gate. It's a floating system. Basically, there's no wheels on the bottom. There is no noise incurred into the whole application.
Yeah. Do you
That's a perfect picture of the gate.
Laura, do you have a site plan?
I did send the the drawings, the shop drawings for the gate. Also, the aerial view of the location, which states where the gate is to be located.
Kat, do you have that?
Negative.
Okay, so maybe we can.
If you have that, Laura,
yes,
you can do a screen share.
I will try to get it right now over here. If you bear with me for 1 second, please.
Let me know if you need instructions. I'm here to help you if you need it.
No problem. Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
All right. All right, let me just see here. I got the mailers. Okay, wrong email. That's the affidavit. All right. So let's do. I do have that on my 35 Herrick's. Okay. So there you go. I just pull up on the side screen over here. And now to share it.
There's a green button that says share screen.
Okay.
Big, bright green button.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me just up this a little more. Share screen. Okay.
Choose it.
Yep.
And then on the right, it should say share screen again.
Yeah, right there. Okay.
Very good.
So let me just, oh, sorry about that. Let me
It's
just
okay.
do it again. Sorry. Once again, let's go. And we're going to share the screen. Okay, choose and
Can we
share.
speak while we're
Can
waiting?
you see it now?
Oh,
There we go.
Yes.
Yep.
All right,
Yes.
perfect. So this is what Mr. Sonny Calci, which is the property owner, I mean, the owner of the property sent me. If you see on the on the lower left corner, which I mark it down a little circle in red, that's the location where the gate is to be located. Okay. Right. This is a sliding gate that would slide to the left. Okay. It's one piece gate. And is about, the actual width is 14 feet long, okay, and 6 foot high.
Right. Now, there's an existing gate there now that's solid, correct?
Correct. That's the gate that, see, I don't know if you recall from previous meetings that I attend, that yes. I'm actually working into the process of the permits. That gate actually is going to have to be removed because yes. It does not have the 50% see-through.
Right. Can we pause
yeah.
now?
Yeah, go ahead, Peter. So basically, in terms of the location of the gate, you're replacing the gate that's there illegally with this gate, which you're claiming is 50% see-through. So I'm going to turn it over to Peter.
Correct.
Yes. This gate is complete non-starter. It is, when you are looking at it straight on, it is opaque. You cannot make your blades 45 degree to obscure the property. The blades have to be, you can't make deep blades, period. The whole point is to view the property. 45-degree blades inhibit that. It looks like a prison. It has no place in a residential street in Southampton.
Okay, so with that said, if I may,
Finish our comments before we.
Yeah, go ahead. Other board comments, and then
I think
Laura,
we need-
you'll
I think
get
we
a
need-
chance. So let's hear from the board members.
I think we need drawings and dimensions and materials. There's a lot missing in this application.
I also submitted that, which I have it over here
Right.
on my screen as well, that I can,
Okay.
give it to you
So,
guys.
all right, so Sarah
Matter.
or Mark?
Well, the purpose of the 45-degree blade is so we can see through the gate, only so I can see the left-hand side of the hedge. I think it's completely against the spirit of 50% transparency, and there's no way we could ever approve it.
Yeah. Sarah, do you?
Okay, I understand
the
that.
same
So,
thing. Well, hold on a second, Laura,
sure, no problem. Sorry.
if you don't mind.
Yes, of
Sarah,
course.
any comment?
I totally agree that
Yeah.
that little.
So,
sheet-
Laura, I can easily sum up the board's
No,
consensus, which is that it's a very contemporary, stark-looking gate in the most, probably one of the most historic sections of the historic district. And so, as Peter was saying, it's incongruous. And it's, to say it's 50% transparency is really not the case from a practical standpoint. So whatever you're going to show us at this point, Laura, is not going to change the board's feeling. I would strongly suggest that you and your client go up and down that street in the historic district, and without suggesting what type of gate,
Okay.
you're not going to see the type of gate you propose. You're going to see a lot more openness. Maybe you're going to see something that is more historic, that is maybe 4 feet or 5 feet, that doesn't look like a barricade. So take a drive around the neighborhood. But so, yeah.
Okay. So, all right. So like I was saying, I did get a couple of different types, but if you wanted me to go by on the neighborhood first and take a
Yeah,
look. at
I
what you
really
said.
suggest, and look, whether it's Alice, whether you think it's appropriate, I don't want Laura to have to come back and forth. Can he have some guidance from us if he wants to consult with us?
You mean like?
What's appropriate? Because I think we're so far off the mark here that I don't go back and forth week after week.
Okay.
Yeah, and we really need actual plans.
Okay.
Okay.
Same as we require a plan showing dimensions and materials. We need to.
Which I do have it from the original. I had submitted that.
Yeah.
With
We
material.
don't have it.
We don't have it, but we're really off the mark here. So
Okay.
around the neighborhood, and you know what? Again, I think, I don't know if you may be new on gates in the area.
Let's move on.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Laura. All right, let's
Oh,
go on to the next
that's-
applicant. So, I'm sorry?
Can we move to adjourn?
Yes.
Yes, we're gonna look to adjourn then, I guess. Now, I understand that you guys.
Okay,
were
so
talking
what we just have to move on that. I move that we accept the applicant, or any public comment.
No, sir.
Okay, I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn on DCK Wyndham 35 Herrick Road for driveway gates. I have a second. on that?
Again.
Okay, second by John. All in favor? Aye. Great. On to the next one. Paul Fagan, 32 South Main Street, driveway gates. Laura,
the same idea.
tell us again who you are and who you represent.
Laura Santana, I'm with the company called.
Oh, do we have affidavits on this?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can hear you.
And that's IAL Security Systems. Well, Mr. Fagan, which is the next door neighbor, is the same type of a gate he wanted to get. So if you just said that to me on the previous, the previous location. So what I'll do, I'll get my paperwork together. I'll get it with the customers, with the homeowners. And like you said, I'll take your your shot on that, and I'll go over the locations around
Now,
the
now
area.
that gate that you're talking about here is on Main Street itself, or is it on?
That's on the main street, the driveway entrance of Main Street.
Yeah,
Correct.
that's, you know, that's even, I'm not saying that there aren't driveway gates on Main Street.
Mhm.
You need to go up and down that street, and
Correct, and that's what I will do.
they are extremely understated.
Mhm.
Okay, and I think the applicant is well aware of that. So, you know, that should be the emphasis. So are you asking us to adjourn on that as well, Laura?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn. A second, please.
Second.
All in favor, second by Peter, all in favor, aye. Laura, thanks for sticking around. Good luck.
Thank
Enjoy
you.
driving around the neighborhood.
Correct. Now, I understand that you guys were adjourning the meetings for the 14th of
No,
February.
no, not of you. We're still on. We'll let you know.
Conversation.
Ready by then you can adjourn without no.
We'll be here in Loveless.
Oh, okay. I won't be here on the 14th, that's why. So I'll be away.
All right.
Coming back in March. So, but I'll call
Okay,
maybe
great.
Jackie and speak to her.
Laura, think understatement.
Yes, understood.
You're in the
Very good.
historic district.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Do we have a motion on adjournment?
Yes. So I think we already did, but I'll do it again. I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn on regarding Paul Fagan at 32 South Main Street. Second on that, please.
Okay.
By Mark. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Laura, have a good evening.
Thank you so much. You guys do the same.
We'll see you on the 28th. Okay. Okay. Now moving on to public hearings, non-historic, Heart of the Hamptons, standing adjournment, 31 Roscoe Developer LLC at 31 Roscoe Drive to amend prior approvals.
So Jeff, we received affidavits and posting on this one, we required renoticing.
Oh, that's right. Exactly. Thank you. Okay, great. Okay. So is the applicant or the applicant's representative here?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Haley Willis.
Hi,
Haley.
good evening.
Hello, Haley, tell us who you are and where you hail from.
Haley Willis, originally from Southampton Village, but I'm with the Adam Miller Group in Bridgehampton now, 2462 Main Street. And I'm representing the applicant on 31 Roscoe. This is an application to amend prior approval from the ARB. We were not involved with the initial application nor with some of the original appearances in this application to amend.
Right, but I just have one question. Have you reviewed all those videos and the minutes and the decision and the plans as originally approved?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll make sure we're starting from the same point.
We are. And our goal now in our role here is to facilitate an agreement so that we can move forward with the project. Would it be all right if I shared my screen? It's going to be all the same things we've submitted, but I have it laid out in a way that might be helpful.
Yes, just note that, can you advise her the date of your submission or whatever's recorded on that so we can make sure we're referring to documents?
Sure. It was everything that was submitted. I don't know the exact date that we
Okay, well,
submitted.
what's the date on your plan?
I just have elevations. I don't see that I have a date.
I think you need a magnifying glass, but
yeah,
the date that says
January 12th.
Is it the 12th or 22nd or January 12th?
The 12th is what I had up.
All right, good. Whoever gets that gets.
Where do you see the number?
It's on the right.
The Vision Award.
It's
on the
under
right
the
where you see
state
modern
seal.
structural and go down 2 squares.
Yep, I see it. You're right.
Under the state seal.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the elevation, so I don't have the plans with the seal on them. but these are the elevations. The only reason I'm suggesting that I share my screen is because I have back to back the approved plan and then
Oh, good.
what's being proposed.
good.
So I think
Very
that might
good.
be helpful.
Yes, thank you, Haley.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen now, Kat. Okay. There's our little presentation. I'm actually going to skip first to this list, just which is a summary. This was submitted with my cover letter with our submission, and this shows clearly approved versus the modification that's now being proposed. And some of these modifications were brought about by supply issues and a lack of materials that were available to install. And then other decisions were necessitated by those material changes, but were to other parts of the home where we felt, where the builder just felt that it was needed to create a more harmonious look between, what had changed and what's there now. So
Okay.
going down this list on the first story roof, and I'll show all of this on the elevations as well, there was initially part of the roof was in a pergola style open frame roof. That's been replaced with a hard roof, solid roof that matches the rest of the roof line. A replacement of the type of shingles here. What's actually been built are white painted shingles. That's what's currently at the property now. But in response to some of your comments from our prior hearings, we're very willing to go back to the natural siding, to the natural cedar. The red cedar might not be available, but we know that the yellow cedar is. And then the trim, the only difference there is that there are no brackets now. On the first floor siding, we now have a vertical teak siding instead of the shingles that were originally approved. The windows, again, what's there now is 9/1, which was a mistake. It was shipped to us mistakenly by the window provider. We were supposed to have 6/1. And that was a big comment at some of our previous hearings. So if it would please the board, we'd be happy to go back to the 6/1 windows. The columns have changed, and you probably saw that. That's a fairly significant change. What we found was the approved columns had stone at the bottom, and the stone had been reduced and reduced during the course of our original application to the point that it was just at the very bottom of the columns. And at that point, it was being covered up by the landscaping. It had no connection to the rest of the house. The stone element didn't make sense. So these have been changed to something much more similar, the painted white columns. And then the garage, I do want to note that the plans that we submitted were mislabeled in terms of the elevations. You probably saw that it looked like the garage was like rotated. It's not, it was just a mislabeling on the north, south, east, west. And again, the garage was simplified, and we can go over that in more detail. But really, we would like to just hear the board's feedback and speak to any questions or concerns that you may have.
Can we see the elevations before
Sure.
what was approved and what was built?
Here's the east elevation. This is what was approved. This is what we're proposing. Approved.
I'm sorry, can you just go back? So, or can you split the screen so we can see side by side, or?
Gee, I don't know.
No, but okay, just go back and what was?
I'll go back and forth. Just tell me what to do.
Yeah, so that was approved. Okay, go ahead.
Approved. So it's still, what you're going to see here is still 6/1 windows. That's, again, not what is there currently, but we are prepared to do this.
Okay.
Well, can we start?
Okay, well, let's just go through the other elevations.
Okay.
West elevation as approved.
Okay.
As modified.
Okay.
North elevation as approved. This is a good picture of the old pergola as well, as modified. And the south. Approved. Modified. And then the garage as approved and as modified.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to the board for comment. So Haley, as you probably know, these were all acts of commission. Your client stated as such. He knew the process, he knows the process, and he chose willingly to make these changes without conferring with the board or seeking an amendment until after the fact. So in these situations, which are rare and disappointing when they occur, is that we view the house as if none of these modifications have been implemented or approved. So I appreciate your frankness in the way you're presenting this. So I'm going to turn it over to the board, and basically they're looking at it not even so much from changes that were made, but simply whether this house fits in their judgment for approval. So anyway, I will turn it over to the board. Peter, you wanted to start?
Well, yeah, it went from a custom home, you know, maybe a little overwrought, you know, maybe it could have used some editing, but it was well proportioned. The windows were the right size. It had an ample frieze. The overhang was appropriate to the mass. Sure, it could have been simplified, but it's been stripped. And it looks like what it is, which is a spec house. And I think that the neighborhood deserves better. You know, there have been, you know, Roscoe, yeah, there have been a number of spec houses, but I don't know, they have more detail than this. It's a real come down.
And any specifics that would be helpful to Haley?
Yes, I find that the vertical teak siding is, you know, kind of a modern touch, and this is not that. This is a classic, you know, start off as a sort of classic Southampton style, traditional. That's definitely a mid-century sort of look. The front door doesn't look like a front door anymore. It looks like any front door, traditional front door that we see. It looks like a patio door. The columns have been eliminated to the point that to insignificance. They don't establish, they just look like they're there to hold things up. They don't have any sort of design presence to them. Yeah, you know, that's all I can say.
The window to wall ratio also is incredibly awkward. And we spent a lot of time working with an architect on details, and he was actually providing architecture. And what's been provided now is without any flourish, without any architecture. It looks like a spec house, as Peter said. And the windows, the south elevation modification is particularly heinous. If you look at that one little itty bitty window up on the second floor without any other relief. And the vertical siding is a non-starter. There's it's bad.
Okay. John.
Go ahead, John.
The windows that are currently in place just don't work. So the fact that you're going to replace those with the original plan, I think is necessary. And I agree with Sarah about the fenestrations. That it's a different house. It's a completely different house, especially on the rear with those huge sliding doors compared to what was currently planned. I think that should be, at least the first level should be restored in kind to a similar, design of what was originally planned, in keeping with how you've changed the rest of the house. But I think those big, just, double-sized, sliding doors just don't appear right. And I agree with the siding. I think that should be restored to the original plan. I don't think the siding is appropriate.
And on the north elevation, once again, the pattern on the ground floor with that, the two windows paired and then a vast expanse of siding and then a little door off spaced. It's not, the window to wall ratios are not good.
Not even the same location.
No, exactly.
Yes, I would say that I'm in agreement. The teak siding is a non-starter. The front door is missing. I think the lack of heft in the columns is bad. And then I think from an interior standpoint, if I look at the, would you go back to the other elevations, the front elevations?
I can try. Let's try this one.
The front would be the east elevation.
The east elevation that shows the before and the after.
This is south.
Yeah.
This one would be
Just
west. There's only one more choice.
One more.
Right there, right there. Yeah, I agree that no, go back. Back forward to the front.
One, we'll go back one or two?
One.
All right.
Because
south.
Um,
one more.
One more.
Let's try one more.
What concerns me from the interior standpoint, if you look at the front of the house, the chimney is not in the same place. So there have been interior modifications at this house too. There, if you look at those two, one to the other, the chimney is not located in the same place in these drawings. There's also been interior modifications, which is not our purview, but from the exterior, the chimney is in a different place. So I think I have the same, if I start where we are here now, I think it's pretty clear that this house has become a vanilla spec house that has lost all sophisticated proportion to it. And to me, the egregious things are the teak siding and the front door. The most egregious. There are several egregious things, but for where we are now, the teak siding and the missing front door are the most problematic.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So Haley, and I see your client is on the screen as well, so he can identify himself. You've heard the comments from the board. I'd like to open it up to
Can I ask just a question to clarify some of the board's comments? Because a lot of the focus seems to be on the simplification. And I think in the board's mind, it's simplification to a fault compared to the original design. But simplicity for simplicity's sake and a streamlined building is not necessarily, I don't see how that's not in keeping with the neighborhood. To my eye, the first plan was full of so much detail as to almost be, you didn't even know where to look. And yes, this has certainly been simplified. Things have been removed from what was there before, but I still, I drove by today and I fail to see how it is not in keeping with the character of the home surrounding it.
Yeah, I think Haley, yes, the simplicity by itself is not necessarily bad. I think what the board is saying is the original structure had more character to it. So, but forget about the original structure for the moment. You're coming in here with us as if you are building ground up.
Sure.
What the board is saying is, as simple as it may be, it's simple to the point that it lacks character, that is harmonious or contributing to the betterment of the neighborhood, rather than saying the level of simplicity that you're bringing here is a negative to the neighborhood. So I would take the board, what the board is saying, to the extent that you and your client can incorporate that into whatever it is you might come back with, it can work to your advantage. So, you know, so.
I think Frank DeVito, who's my client, is here. I think
Okay.
he'd like to speak.
Sure. Frank, tell us who you are and who you represent. Obviously, you're the client, so go ahead.
Yeah, from Frank DeVito, 60 Little Plains. I'm not on mute, right?
Nope, we can hear you.
All right. I'm here representing the owner, 31 Roscoe also. I am the contractor on the job. What we have there is, I find it a custom house, anything but a spec house. I'm not a spec builder. We did make decisions, try to, you know, do certain things there. The teak siding, I mean, vertical siding is all through that development, all through those. I think we used a very good choice. When we couldn't get something, we tried to upgrade everything. There's no corners cut. Mark did make a comment about maybe interior changes because the fireplace, the chimney location, it didn't work on the original plan where we put it. So we ended up having to move it so it could go through the interior of the house and get up there. He put it right where a set of attic access would be, and equipment was up there. So it was a move, you know, for the betterment. That was a job site condition that we had to adjust. Just like some of the windows you see on the north side of the house got smaller because there were windows drawn in above toilets. So you can't put a full height window with a toilet right on the other side of that. Simple mistake, you know, architects do. We work together, we try to come up with the best solution as we go, you know. I still to this day cannot get tapered sawn, kiln dried Western red shingles. I did find an Alaskan yellow. There are some Western red perfs available that are kiln dried. That's a very thin shingle. You see that on spec houses. You see that around.
Excuse me, are the windows smaller? The windows look too small for the house. The
I
windows
think
look
you
too
just
small.
addressed one of the reasons for at least one of those changes was that on the original plans, they were drawn such that they were, you know, behind a toilet. So when
No.
practically,
I mean, just the regular, first of all, you could do a double hung window with the bottom pane translucent, you know, with obscure glass. So that's something you can order. It's not a big deal.
Peter, it's not across from a toilet. The toilet tank would be up against the window.
Well, I'm sorry, but it makes the window wall ratio look funny.
So-
It looks like cellar windows on the second floor.
Right.
Okay?
You know what I'd like to do?
I want to add, no, please. Are the windows look too small? The double hung windows look too small for the size of the wall. That's my other issue.
Oh, so what we do have, the architect, modern design, didn't put the freeze board on there. We have the same freeze board. The windows go up to the freeze board. So, you know, if you do view the house, the windows are correct. If the windows are a little shorter, if you look at the earlier ones.
Again, this house hasn't been constructed from our perspective. So this is all irrelevant, right? I mean,
So if we did renderings, so the windows, the freeze board ratio, you know, the windows go up around the house. We did put that big freeze board in there. We did not eliminate that. I'll have to correct the drawings and
Looks
send
like
it
the
over.
sill height is higher on the second floor.
The sill height had to be higher because look at the space on the roof line and the window. Well, you have to get flashing in there.
there's plenty of room, look, the window wall ratio is an issue. It just doesn't, the proportions are off. I'm sorry.
I think we're gonna have to get accurate renderings for you to view. I think that's really what it's gonna come down to.
Right, well.
No, so what it's coming down to, Frank, is what I think what John said, is we're looking at this house as it's not there. Haley, I very much appreciate your interest in trying to come to some resolution. Let's clarify a few things. Spec builder, yeah, maybe it has a value judgment attached to it, but Frank, building this on spec, right?
Correct.
Right, okay, so technically, you're a spec builder. So let's not parse words or argue about definitions. It is a house built on spec. You, by your own admission previously and tonight, and Haley in her brief, although it's worded incorrectly, but we'll give you a pass on a typo. Modifications requested are necessitated by limited materials readily available. I assume you meant to say not readily available. But there are builders within and across Southampton Village, Southampton Town, and the entire East End that are building. Are they facing delays? Yes. The entire country is facing delays. The situation here is one which has been brought upon by Frank by his own admission, previously stated. I was thinking of coming to the board, but I decided to do it on my own. He switched architects, he switched suppliers, he switched materials. And so you have a tough road to hoe here. So the
Well,
board.
forgive me, but at first
No,
we were
please,
looking at this.
I'm speaking, Haley, and then you can speak. But regardless of that, we're looking at this as if the house doesn't exist. So the statements made by the board are the same statements they would make if Frank was coming to us, as he should have, with a design and with a proposal. So when we talk about the disproportionality of fenestrations, if you think they're drawn incorrectly, you can come back to us with them as they're drawn correctly. If the board believes that the vertical teak is not representative of this neighborhood, that's the board's judgment. And I will say, in driving around, that is the case. I have no doubt, I'm not going to argue, Frank, whether you made good choices in the materials that you chose to use instead of that which was approved. But again, that was your doing, and you could have come before us. So now we're looking at a virgin plan. So I would take what the board members are saying and come back to us with a design that meets some of that, and in order to get their approval. So Haley, I'm going to turn it back to you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. And now it's your turn. And then we will open it up to the public for comments.
I was only just trying to direct us back to looking at it as if it were a new home, because I think the pointing fingers and you should have done this and you didn't do this, it is what it is. It's not productive. We want to move forward just as much as you do. So that's all my intention was.
You're exactly right. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. Sarah.
I was just going to suggest that also, while you're having the Mr. DeVito having the window enframents drawn, you have on the west elevation, you have a series of columns that aren't supporting anything. You need a horizontal to connect your columns on the west elevation. They're floating.
Thank you, Sarah. I see that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so if there are no further comments from the board at the moment, then let's open this up to public comments. Kat, you want to see who's out there?
There is nobody with their hand up.
We did have a few letters in support, though.
Yes.
Just want to put that out.
Yeah, no, we did see that. There were some letters of support, as well as there have been previous letters in opposition. I don't think we necessarily have to read each one of those tonight. They're there in the file for anybody who wants to see them. And so I think what I'd recommend, without there being public comment and you having heard from the board, that you take this under consideration and come back to us with revisions based on that, and let's see where we go.
Jeff, now I have a hand up. Do you want to hear from somebody?
Sure.
Fred Weinfurt is
Okay.
coming in.
Okay.
Just give the computer a second to pull him over.
Okay.
Hi, Fred, you're in. If you could turn on your camera and your sound, we can hear you and see you
Okay.
then.
So tell us who you are, where you live, and and then it's yours.
There we go. And here's a link for you to unmute. If you just click on it, sir.
Right.
There you go. You're on.
All right. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Fred Weinfurt. I reside at 45 Roscoe Drive. As you know, I've discussed this matter with you before. And as I had mentioned in an email dated August 20 of 21, I expressed my concerns, and I brought out the fact that previously, when this application was first presented, there were 10 letters submitted, one of which was mine, objecting to the design of this house because it's not compatible with our neighborhood. I know there was some subsequent meetings and back and forth and some modifications to the house that at the time were found to be acceptable to the point where the ARB granted approval. Many of the members in this neighborhood were very disappointed that this got approved because, again, it surely isn't compatible with the neighborhood. That vertical teak siding, I can't think of another house in here that has siding like that on it. So that's surely a problem. But again, you know, the house is where it is, and it's far along at this point in time. My major concerns, and people have mentioned this to me about the teak siding, it's so out of character with our neighborhood that I would hope at a minimum that would be removed, and the cedar siding that was originally approved would be required to be put in place. I'm glad to see that the window modifications are going to be made back to what was approved with 6/1s and grills in the large center section of the windows in the house. But you know, I'm far from being an architect, so there are a lot of design elements that I'm not sensitive to that could probably change the character and make the house more pleasing and close to being compatible with the neighborhood. So I bow to the expertise of the board, but at a minimum, the windows and the siding are my major concern, and the other design elements I'll leave to the professionals, which you are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the public?
No, sir.
Okay.
Jeff,
So
can I have a minute?
Haley and Frank,
I think Frank had another thing to add, and then I had one thing to add as well.
Sure, go ahead.
So Jeff, just to clarify,
Sure.
the window sizes did not change. There were small modifications that did
Okay.
not fit and work, but the windows are the same. The details on the fascia and exterior trim stayed the same minus the brackets. So we are missing. So I'm gonna modify some of that.
Okay.
I will go in the area. I will take picture of many houses with vertical siding on the first floor, which is a very common thing. You know, the red cedar shingles, once again, it's just the same old thing getting built all over the place. This is something a little different. The white and the wood, it's a little, I mean, the house right behind it on Old Farm is the opposite. It's white vertical first floor and it's cedar shingles second floor, natural. Is it common? It's a lot more common than you think. I think the house fits very well. Fred said in the beginning, there were 10 people against it. But really, when it came down to it, those people went silent because everybody did fall in love with this house. You know, this is a good looking house, Jim. It is built better than most you've seen. The landscape and everything in it.
I appreciate your passion, Frank, for your product, and we recognize from whence it comes. And so, Haley, did you want to say something before we adjourn?
Just in the hope of sort of organizing my thoughts and our takeaway from tonight's meeting.
Yes.
I wonder if we could go through the list of changes, and maybe there are some that are less objectionable or just that impact the overall picture less. For example, the wood trim that now has no brackets. Are there objections to that? The pergola, that change. I think that maybe falls under the category of lack of detail, and that was one that got lost. But maybe if we find another way to incorporate some charm or detail elsewhere, we could live with it. That would be helpful for us to know if there's anything that has been modified that we can move forward with.
Sure. The front door looks like a patio door. It's not a typical front residential front door.
Yep.
It looks like a patio door. The front doors, they usually have a solid panel and side lights, not double side lights, singles. Just look around the village. It doesn't look wrong.
So the front door was just a proposal. The manufacturer for that door hasn't even started that yet. I can modify.
Again, we're dealing with a plan of a house that doesn't exist. So Haley is asking some good questions that will help us. We're not looking to accuse or point fingers or make excuses. We have a plan.
So let me just
Plan right now. What you've heard is you have a door that doesn't look like a door. You have vertical teak siding that is not consistent with the neighborhood. We have windows that, by your own admission, you're going to be replacing. Gentlemen and lady, what else did I leave out?
The rear facade with those big sliding doors that cross the entire, length of the house.
Mark, was there any, again, and Haley,
Windows, door, siding.
don't claim this to be an all-inclusive list. So
I was actually maybe looking for the list of things that are okay, because I've heard what is not okay. I have taken extensive notes. I was trying to see if there was stuff that we can move on from, so we can focus on changes.
Peter, go ahead.
The volume of the house is okay.
I'm okay with losing the pergola and roofing over where that pergola cut out when the roof was. That I'm actually fine with.
Thank you.
Okay, John, Sarah, anything else?
I think what you may think about is, I think the comment about heft of the columns is a strong comment, because they have gotten very thin and out of balance to the rest of the house. You may want to look up if there's a way to wrap the columns to give them some personality and some weight.
So maybe the material and the shape is not so problematic, but their scale in comparison to the house.
Sarah,
there aren't enough of them. It's not a colonnade and it's not a porch. It just looks like you needed a post somewhere.
They're flimsy and they need to be connected. And I think more probably would
and they need to have a rhythm.
A rhythm, that's it.
Okay. Haley,
Frank, I think that's given us a lot to work with. Frank, did you have anything else you wanted to mention, or we've got enough to go off of, I think?
I think we have enough
Good.
to go over.
Okay, thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to our next meeting, if you have it in time, or if you're not otherwise occupied on Valentine's Day. And so do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, second by Peter. all
I'm
in
sorry,
favor?
I'm
Aye.
sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. It's the 14th. We're not gonna have enough time to redo the
Okay,
plans.
that's fine.
We'll probably. It's okay.
We'll give every
we'll-
time.
so I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to February 28th.
That'd be wonderful.
Okay, great. All righty, do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, by second by Sarah, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye, that's unanimous. Thank you, Haley.
Thank you
Thank
all.
you, everybody.
We'll
Good
see
night.
you in a month.
Okay, good night.
All right.
Happy
take care. Thanks a
Valentine's
lot.
Day if I don't see you.
Thank you. Thanks. All right.
I think you're looking at my Valentine's for that night.
Yeah. Okay. We now have Margaret Lewis at 63 Dale Street, who requested an adjournment to February 14th. I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to the 14th. Do I have a second on that?
Okay.
Second by, I think, Mark, was that you or you?
That's me.
All right, and all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we have Robert Roberts at 75 Hetty Creek. Was that, I thought we
haven't had any more submissions, I don't believe.
I don't know, yeah. Jackie, are you?
I don't think there's anything else, but truthfully, I don't recall seeing a formal adjournment request.
Was that an adjournment or did we already?
Oh, no, we didn't approve it.
No, okay, all right, so
adjourned
there's
it.
nothing on that. Is there anybody out there for 75 Hetty Creek?
They didn't put their hands up, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see their representative
Okay, so
in there.
no show on that, so that will be adjourned. We don't have to make a motion on that, Alice, right? They just, okay. So then Keva, I'm sorry, at 306 Hill Street. Do we
No
have
hands up yet.
I don't think we had another
submission on that? Let me check my folder.
I didn't see anything.
I didn't say anything.
Okay, maybe not. Okay, all right, so that gets passed on as well. Okay. No show. Okay. Moving on to number 6, Michael Minnick and Ann Mahoney. They requested an adjournment to the 14th. So I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to the 14th. Is there a second on that? Second by Mark. And all in favor, aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Okay. Number 7, SKV Wickapog Road, 508 Wickapog, construct a 2-story single-family dwelling. I think that's CU, is it not?
Hold on a second.
Was there anything new? I think,
Yes.
yes, it was, yeah. Any other CU?
Hold on, I'll ask you to start your video. There you go. There you go. Hello.
Hello.
Hello,
Good
CU.
evening.
Good seeing
Good
you.
seeing
Tell us who you are.
Architect for 508 Wickapog. I'm going to share screen.
Okay. Yep, that's nice. Doesn't look like
Yeah.
something. Okay, so let's, just for reference purpose, CU, what's the date, your date on your
The submission.
masthead. Yeah, over there.
November, it says on there.
There is a resubmission date on it. It's original submission was November 17th. The second one is January 19th, 21st.
Okay, so this is as of January 19th. Okay, just so Jackie has a record of making sure we match. Okay, so go
we
ahead.
heard I'm just going to be very short. And
Okay.
we heard the board's concern, and we worked very hard with the homeowner, and we did a lot of glass reduction, and we resubmitted it. And then here are the comparisons side by side. On the top are the newly proposed. On the bottom are the original submission, and the left are the rear, on the right are the front. And here I have the size reduction of the glass size. So on the front, originally I have 680 square foot of glass, and we reduced it 177 square foot, so the reduction is 26%. In the rear, we reduced 547 square foot, and then it's a 37% reduction, and that's what it looks like. And we also did renderings side by side, like the rear, that was the original, and here is the proposed. How do I make this smaller? So you can see that, you know, we have a lot more wall space, and that's the rear. And on the front is here is the original, and here is the reduction. So so we did try
Were there any
pretty
changes?
hard to keep the original design intention, at the same time address the board's concern.
And were there any changes to the east and west elevations, the side elevations?
No.
Well, the problem with this house is it's another 40 Meadow Lane. You're lighting up a 3-story volume fronting one of the few open spaces left, and it's going to be a lantern on Wickapog. That's all I have to say right now.
Okay.
I still think the glass to wall ratio in the center column, the center of the house, is still too much. Because basically if you're driving on the street, you look all the way through this house. And it's too much glass in the center for me still.
Yeah.
Well,
well, hold on, those other board members. Now we're just talking about the front elevation. I concur, and I'm not even sure, but I can't get into the applicant's head, the advantage of having that much glass looking out on Wickapog. I could see the desire to have it on the rear side. I'm not saying that that's not too much glass either, but the part facing Wickapog is surely overkill on glass. And again, I don't see the need for it. I think it's, but that's not our issue. I think it's not in harmony. And I think, now I'm going ahead to the landscaping plan, while you've reduced the formality that was with the original design with the circular driveway, you've replaced it with a courtyard. So to me, other than changing the shape, you still have the same impact, which is this big glass, very contemporary, very different house in a courtyard setting that looks over the remnants of farmland and looks to the rear, the remnants of farmland.
And also on that side of the Wickapog, there remains the very few, what remains of the farmhouses in Southampton, right? So this is such a contrast to the current homes on that side of Wickapog, aside from the glass and the potential light pollution, and I agree with you, Jeff. I don't understand why you would want that view of Wickapog, but that's neither here nor there. But it just doesn't. To me, it's the wrong house for the wrong location, and the glass is just still an issue.
So if I hear correctly, the board just wants us to further reduce the glass size.
You know, I
think I'm scared.
Yeah, you know, we're tweaking. The whole thing is misbegotten. You know, you're on an open field. You looked at gabled farm structures, which was the right thing to look at, but you know, they tend to be low. They tend to be in an informal arrangement. They don't have this rigid, you know, palatial, frankly. It's a palatial modern, the scale is palatial. I mean, it's enormous. Yeah. It has nothing to do with the domestic air of the farmhouses that remain. And even the new fake farmhouses have less glass than this, so they at least have some relationship, usually with the window-wall ratio, you know, brings them in harmony. I don't think we should be tweaking this.
Yeah.
So
go ahead, Sarah.
No, I think we've made too many mistakes tweaking, and when little bits are chipped away, nobody is satisfied, basically. I think that the idea of starting with agricultural buildings was quite a good idea, but as you know, that they're incremental and they're added and subtracted, and so the massing is not 2 or 3 big gables. And if it is, then the material is not glass. It would be corrugated or, you know, something farm-like. And so I think that's missed.
Yeah. So Sarah and Peter said what I'm feeling probably more succinctly than I'm used to saying. But yeah, you started out with our first session with saying you wanted to capture some of the farm-like qualities of architecture. And this what you've put forward here doesn't do that. And that's what you're hearing the board saying. And, you know, perhaps the wrong design, the wrong house, the wrong place. But boy, if you want to capture something that's barn-like or farm-like, and as Peter said, I think some of the faux barn houses are more in tune with that. And I agree with Sarah.
There was a presentation.
Tweaking, yeah.
There was a presentation before the board when I was the architectural review board person 20 years ago. And it was a wonderful architect named Steve Harris. And he brought a box to the board, a cigar box. And he took blocks out of the cigar box. And he had a tower and he had, you know, it was fundamental. And there's something missing that could be fundamental here. I mean, it's just the idea of one gable form, one tower, I mean, it's playing with blocks, but it's a way of looking at agricultural buildings that might be useful.
Okay. Could I switch it to the landscape architect? I think he's there waiting to be presented.
I'm not sure where that gets us if we're so far off the mark here on the main structure. And the landscape design is in theory to support and support the architecture. I think looking at the landscape, given where the board is I wouldn't say a waste of time, but it surely is not going to get us anywhere.
Yeah, the landscape plan should be additive. It shouldn't be the, you know, hiding the mistake, right?
Yeah.
So I just want to hear a little bit more about the driveway design, because we did take away the circular driveway.
Okay. So
but again,
all right. So let's look at it quickly. But you heard my comment looking at the courtyard, it has as much formality as a semicircular driveway. And that against, in this case, it does support the house. It supports the house as being a big contemporary statement, and which is antithetical to looking to create an agricultural variation or variation on an agricultural theme.
Well, I do think slightly differently because this is on the edge of the village. It's very far from the center.
Oh, see you. In all fairness, and I you know, I like you and your comments very much, but edge of the village, this is probably, when you make that turn around Wickapop, boy, that's a throwback to what this village was and what we want to keep. We all lament some of the loss there, but we recognize things change. So edge of the village, well, the edge of the village from one direction is the beginning of the village from another direction.
That's
So,
correct.
You're right.
But we do have a lot of modern buildings. And,
yes, but see you not at that location. If your client wanted to build that sort of structure, and then we do have to move on because the evening will get too late, then they're on the end of Fowler Street as you go to Flying Point. There's been flexibility down there, much in the same way at the end of Dune Road or what's now Meadow Lane. There's been more flexibility for modern structures. But again, you started off, and presumably the client wanted something that spoke to the agricultural history, and this is not accomplishing that. That's what the board is saying. So I think rather than pulling it apart piece by piece, I would strongly suggest going back to your client and addressing this property and this structure on a philosophical basis.
And you know what, CU, consider a low eave line, consider an eave line, at least for part of the house that starts above the first floor. So you bring it to the ground. It's a scaling device, which is so helpful.
I'm sorry, the internet was not very clear. I missed
The eave, first floor eave, instead of having a full 2-story wall all the way around a house, going up to a 3-story height at the gables, have part of the house have a 1-story height, a 1-story eave, establish a datum of 1 story, then go up from there with dormers and gables, etc. But if you contrast it with a part of the house that goes low to the ground, it will scale to the site better.
All right. So you've heard the comments from the board. We're not going to get a vote of approval, so I suggest we adjourn to our next meeting, if that gives you time. If you want to adjourn to the 28th, that's fine. If you want to make, so unless you strongly object, I will move that we adjourn to our next meeting. Okay, with you, Sio?
What do you mean by strongly object?
What's that?
You said strongly object.
If you wanted us to vote, tonight, we would take a vote, but you would, in all likelihood, get a denial. So I sometimes get frustrated with this little game of going back and forth, having the applicant ask for an adjournment, and maybe technically we have to, but where we are now, why don't you ask us for an adjournment? Alice, maybe I'm saying the wrong thing, and if I am, shoot me.
Okay.
No, the options are to adjourn or to go to a vote.
Okay, we'll adjourn.
Okay, thank you, Sue, Alice. So I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Peter. All in favor, aye? Aye. Thank you, Sue.
Bye-bye.
Okay, see, I didn't ask for public comment, but I assume
There wasn't any.
Okay. Okay, next application, Nicole Gallagher at 145 Wickapog. That's a new one. Alice, how are we doing on affidavits?
All good. Received and in order.
Okay, there we go.
Here they come. All right, you have Mike Mangi and Mark Cafada. All right, Mike, you're in. There you go.
I apologize that it's dark. The lights
Hello?
automatically go out at the office at a certain time. It looks like I'm having a seance. I
You have to
waited,
wave your arms, right?
I put the lights
Actually,
on.
that's okay. We can see you better than we can hear you. You're a little muffled.
Is that better if I get closer?
Maybe so. Okay. All right. Well, tell us who you are, who you represent, and then let's go.
Okay, my name is Mike. They call me Manji, but it's Mandracina. I work for Nicole Gallagher. Look after her properties. I also work for her husband as the president of his multi-division real estate company. The reason I'm on here is I'm not sure if Mark Kafaga knows how to operate this mute button. I see he's still on mute.
Okay, well, I've asked him to start his video and he's declining. So that's the first step.
Probably in his pajamas.
Okay. Well, what you have the elevations, Mike?
I do.
Oh, there's Mark. Hey, Mark.
Okay. Now I'll ask him to unmute and you just have to click that and then you're all in. There you go.
Okay, I got it.
Yep.
Hello,
All right, good.
everyone.
There he is.
Mark, tell us who you are.
I'm Mark Kafega from MK Construction Management in Orient.
Okay, great. Okay. So walk us through the elevations of what you're submitting here.
What we're basically proposing is just to restore the barn in kind to its original, state. We're gonna, there was a lot of damage there. So we're just looking to repair all the structural damage, which is, most of it's done already. We just have to put some 1x8 beadboard siding on, as was originally there. The only thing we're proposing that is different is a cedar roof. There's 3-tab asphalt shingles on there now. And we're proposing cedar shingles for the roof.
Sounds great.
So I didn't go to the back of the property, but if this is all, saying the windows are all in the current places that are on this diagram?
If I can share, if I could share my screen.
Yeah, go ahead, because what I'm getting at is this not maintenance more than it is?
Yeah, I'd like to show you how we purchased the barn. And what scared me is I was in front of the ARB about 6 times a few years ago. And I remember your board saying, do not let that barn fall down. So we didn't, we shored it up, but it was certainly very rotten. I want to show you if I can, how do I share my screen? Down here?
Okay, sir, choose your picture. Did you find your picture on your computer?
I have to go to my Google right here.
Well, whatever picture it is you want to share and get it on your screen.
Okay.
Okay, so now there's a big bright green button on Zoom. It says share screen. If you take your cursor and move it around, sometimes it's okay. Click share screen. And then it'll ask you which version of your desktop are you wanting to share. So choose that. And then on the right, you will share again. There you go. Good job.
So now let me go to my Google. I have it queued up as a recent.
Oh, you had it before.
Well, that was with the drawings. These are the pictures I wanted to show you.
Oh, okay.
Of how we found the barn. That's how we found it.
Oh my.
And I thought the wind would blow it down, to tell you the truth, but it stayed up. But all these pieces were rotten, all these corner supports, this door. So if you look at the drawings, we're matching where these windows are, where these 2 doors are. We're just making it look like it was, with the exception of, instead of the tar, we'd like to do the cedar.
Gotcha. Okay.
How do I get out of this?
I'll take you out right now.
You know, I'm not sure that it needs to be belabored any further. Sarah, you have a quizzical look.
Well, the window above the door doesn't look to be the same size as the window that you just showed in the photograph. Was it an historic barn that they wanted you to retain?
Yes.
Actually, it was the front of the main house that we had to save, lift, move, and put back and build around. I just believe they didn't want the barn to fall down because the review board wanted to stay. I don't think that was an historical piece. That window is in the same place.
It's not the same size though, based on your photographic evidence, is it?
The window frame, the rough opening is still there. So that's, that's the size that it was.
Uh-huh.
Hey,
So that's
a hay window in the picture.
Yeah. Yeah, go back to the picture. It looks like what Mark was saying. It looks like a hay
loft rather than a 6/1 window.
Well, we'll make that window whatever you'd like it to be.
Well, I think that basically, if you look at the photographic evidence, I would use that as your springboard. I mean, if it was a hayloft, it should be a hayloft, not a 6/1 window. 6/1 windows make it look residential.
You know what, Sarah, in this picture, are you talking about the opening that's over the door?
Uh-huh.
I think that's just missing shingles because the window appears to be in the right-hand corner. Is that the window?
You could be right, yeah.
Okay, all right, but I would just make certain that the openings are retained and that that the lanterns look a little bit fussy for for a barn. I mean, I just think that the more of the flavor that can be retained, the better. If there was a concern with an older building.
I agree with Sarah on the fixtures. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to have like a, the ones that have like a shade that's like on a
like a gooseneck you're talking about, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, that's no problem.
Yeah, because this just looks too fancy, and the 6/1 looked too fancy.
6/1 look wrong. They wouldn't be in a barn.
No, that's what I'm saying. They look wrong, and the fixtures look wrong. I think it could be simplified. I think
Could you go back to the picture one more time?
Where are the fixtures?
Sure. Give me 1 second. Oops, that's figures, doesn't it? Right here.
Maybe if you could send us photographs of what you started with.
Or Sarah, what about you or any of the other board members? This looks like such a fun project and the guys are so earnest about restoring it. And given what it looks like here, my God. It looked like the window blower. Did you want to go over there and take a look at it
what's left? Basically, is there anything left, or this was just photograph?
No, it did not fall down. We had to pour a new footing and shore up all the corners, and then begin to frame and support the second floor because I got to be honest, one bad storm and it was going to go. It seemed.
Gotcha. I would love to go take a look with another board member.
Right.
Sarah, we do have one of the existing windows that we took out.
Okay.
I think some of the grills, they were rotted off, so we couldn't really,
Sure.
They looked like they might have been 6/1 or 4/1. It was just, you couldn't really tell. There was no grills on the bottom sash though.
Okay. Well,
go ahead, Sarah.
I was going to suggest a field trip. Maybe Mark or John want to go with me to take a look, or Peter if he's around.
Sarah, I'm happy to go with you.
Okay. Great.
All right.
So would you give us permission to go poke around?
Sure, if you want, I would meet you there if you wanted.
Okay.
That sounds great.
That would be
Okay.
great.
Really, it's a nice job. Thank you.
Yeah. So, Jackie, do we have Mark's email address?
Yes, I have his contact. We can coordinate that.
Okay, great. Yeah, if you can make that happen, that'll be great. And then you guys can figure out the lighting and what.
Yeah, I just think if you obviously care about it, if we could tweak it and make it look not hokey, it would probably benefit us all.
No, we would love to make it exactly what it was. We just really couldn't find any photos. I asked Jackie, and if anybody had photos showing exactly what the old windows looked like, we would love to comply. So whatever,
Okay, well,
This is
maybe I'll
right-
go over to the Historical Society too and take a
I
look.
was gonna say, this is right up Sarah's alley, so let's, I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn for a field visit by Sarah and Mark.
Field trip.
Second on that? Was
Second.
it- Okay, there you go. Second by Mark, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Mike,
Thank-
and thank you. Good luck.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
We'll make it very quick. We won't, we'll show up quickly.
Okay, all right, good. Okay, drive, it's non-historic, John Quitwood, 102 White Street.
What about 93 David
Yeah, we
White's
have
Lane?
the
Yeah.
David White.
Oh, did I miss?
Yeah.
Yes. Tamara and Carmichael and Todd Grossman.
Oh, okay. Huh.
Construct garage and pool house, and they have their hands
Ah,
up.
Why did I, okay, hold on a second.
This is a new application and we have affidavits.
Okay, great. I'm just sorry. Where did I miss that? Oh, hold on. Okay, word. Okay. Anyway, so can somebody read off the, I don't have it on my printout, so Alice or Sarah, you
It's-
read off
It's
the.
93 David White's Lane, construct garage and pool house. Tara Carmichael and Todd Grossman. Tamara, I'm sorry, Tamara Carmichael.
Okay, and it looks like Bob is there, so whoever is speaking on behalf of the applicant, tell us who you are.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thanks. Robert Fischetti, attorney for the applicants, Todd Grossman and Tamara Carmichael. I have here with me, signed on as well, Stephen Chinkomani from Jason Thomas Architect. So we're here for 93 David White's Lane. It's a 10,934 square foot lot. It's on the corner of David White's Lane and Pelletreau Street. Could I share my screen if that's okay?
It's up if this, I mean, is there something different?
I have some aerials and things like that. Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you so much.
Before you go on, is this still pending with zoning board or is that approved now?
Just the pool. Everything else was moved. The pool and the garage are now, the pool house, I'm sorry, and the garage are now in conforming locations. It's just the pool itself that is before the zoning board. So just so you can have a little bit of background, as I said, it's on the corner of David White's and Pelletreau Street. It's a certificate of occupancy from August 2021 for a 2-story single-family dwelling, covered front porch, rear entry stoop, and accessory garage. So you can see the just sort of the neighborhood overall, and a view facing south. This is the existing home, which you can see from this is from David White's, and here is the backyard. So this garage is very much non-conforming, as you can see on. Sorry, I have a survey, and I'll get back to in a second. But so the proposed improvements are to demolish the existing garage and then to construct an accessory garage in a conforming location, the pool house in the conforming location, swimming pool and spa. As I said, everything except for the swimming pool is conforming, does not require any relief. The garage is made up of the siding is natural cedar shingle siding. The roof is natural cedar shingle. The garage door, white panel door. Window trim is AZEK or equal in white. Windows and doors are Marvin Elevate in white with simulated divided lights as shown in the 3D drawings. And then the pool house, the same style, siding, natural cedar shingle, same with the roof, garage, white panel. Window AZEK and trim, AZEK and white, and then the Marvin Elevate as well. And the patio is bluestone. You can see some renderings here that show the end product. Of course, since this is a corner lot, everything is pushed quite far away from Pelletreau Street. There's an existing hedge that's there already. And you can see that it tracks all the way around the property. The neighborhood is sort of scattered with accessory buildings all sort of on or close to the line. I don't think this isn't going to change the character of that at all. It's going to improve, I think, the setup by pulling that garage away from the property line. The existing, or the proposed colors, I should say, we acknowledge, of course, that they don't match the house. There is sort of a bit longer term plan to update the house, but for various reasons they're doing that in phases. So at this point, they're just trying to upgrade the property with a pool house and a conforming garage.
Okay. I don't think you need to say any more. To me, at least, it looks very good. I can't think of a thing wrong with it.
Okay.
Modest accessory buildings.
Yeah. All right, any other comments from the board?
I think it's a handsome design above all, the pool house. I like the windows, the corner.
Robert, don't look so surprised. It's a nice design. Any public comment?
No, sir.
Okay. Unless there's any further comment from the board, then I would move that we approve the applicant's request for a garage. I have it in front of me. House, what's the address?
It's 3 David White's Lane, and it's to construct a garage and pool house.
Okay, great. All right. And just what's the date on the
on the plans, it's December 17th.
Okay, great. The plans of December 17th as reviewed tonight. Second on that?
Second.
Second by Peter. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Steve, take care.
Have a good night.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye. Okay, now driveway gates non-historic. John Quitwood, 102 White Street. Anybody here for that?
Yep, there we go. Oh, it's Ramon Chavez.
Ramon.
Martinez. Hello, Ramon, you're in. Let's start your video. Click on that, please. And then here, click on that to unmute. There you go, you're in.
Okay. Ramon, even though we know you well at this point, again, tell us who you are and who you represent.
Okay, my name is Ramon and I'm representing the owner in 102 White Street to get a permit for a driveway gate. And I think my office submitted the drawings today that you don't have last week.
Let's see if this is what we need.
Okay.
Good?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the one. Okay, the last time I talking with the panel, they say the gate was too large and was a solid part of the bottom. And someone asking me I can make the spindles all the way from the top to the bottom. And that's what I did now. And the owner agreed. And now is what we have.
I think it looks good.
It does look good.
Okay.
Thanks.
And just to go over the details, Ramon, so there are no lights.
No lights.
No lights. The
No
materials are listed, as you said, on here, which are what, cedar?
This one should be an ASAC, but again, it is better for you may consider I do cedar.
Okay.
I'm sorry, and I may have missed it. I may have missed this. These are white. The gate is white.
White, yes.
Okay, I don't know, does anybody have an objection one way or the other, whether it be Wood or Azak?
I'll always vote for Wood, but I may be in
Yeah.
the minority.
Yeah, not in the non-historic district in White Street, I'm not sure
Okay, I don't care.
necessarily. I think,
Azak is okay.
what do you, other folks, what do you think?
Good with
Like
it.
the proportions, I like the height. I think it looks fine. I mean,
Okay, great. Ramon, just to also make sure, I think on this you said no external automated mechanism, no external keypad.
No, it should be, no keypad in this one, in case I go either the other one's keypad, we're going to put on the column.
Yeah, well, like you did the other gates. Okay, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Any public comment?
No, sir.
Okay, so I move that we accept the application as submitted. And what's the date on that plan? Because I don't have it in front of me. Ramon?
That was me.
Oh.
There's no date on it, Jeff.
Okay, I think it's simple enough. We'll know what the plan is. Jackie, you have it, right?
Yes, I forwarded it to Kat, so I'll just double check the date of the
Okay,
email.
great. Okay, great. So I move that we accept the applicant's request, the application of John Quitwood at 102 White Street for driveway gates as submitted. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Second by John Gregory. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Ramon, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming back so many times.
Bye, Ramon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Take
Hi,
care. Bye-bye.
Ramon.
Okay, so now if this is a pre-submission, if they are still there, one by Alexander, is it Pisa, at 213 Windmill Lane. This was a request for a pre-submission review by the board. I don't know if at this hour Alexander is still there.
Anybody in the attendee room, if you are here for 213 Windmill Lane, there you go. Very good. All right, now we got two people. All right, George Gomez and Alexander Pisa coming in.
Okay, great. So gentlemen, identify, let us know who you are.
Let them get all the way in. I don't think they're all the way
Okay.
in yet. It's like, it's very slow.
Okay.
And one more thing, and one more thing. There we go. There you go.
Guys, can you give us your names and where you,
Hello?
where you are based?
Can you
Okay.
see me?
Yes.
Yes, we can see you. We can hear
Oh,
you.
good. Okay, let me know if you're ready. Okay, my name is Alexander Pisa. Hold on, for some reason I can't see you. Is that, hello?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can see you. You must
see
not be
you.
looking at the right screen on your
always a
computer.
bad thing.
Oh, now I can see one of you. Okay.
Oh, you may
It's a-
have, so.
Anyway, all right,
Your
I'm
view
here.
shows gallery.
Okay, it's okay, as long as you can see me, we're fine, okay?
We can see you.
I can
All right, good.
see, all right, for some reason, I see.
You may have to
popping in.
go to on view to put.
Oh, okay,
Gallery
I'm
view.
on the
Do the
top of
gallery
my
setting.
screen. Gallery, all right, anyway, I'm just gonna trust that you're there.
Okay, yeah, trust.
Anyway, I see
Trust.
you all with the last one of the night. Let me introduce myself, I'll be very brief, okay?
Well,
can hear me?
introduce yourself, and
Yes.
then I just want to make a comment because I had a couple of questions, and then there's another gentleman who could introduce himself.
Yes, he can see if he can get on. If there's somebody that could tell me about the gallery, Maybe that would help.
Okay, so on your screen, it's
Yes.
square black on the top.
Yes, switch to gallery view. Hold on a
Yes,
minute.
just click on gallery view.
Okay, hold on a minute. Let me just. Oh, fantastic. Okay,
Okay,
that's.
good.
I feel a lot better now. Hello, everybody.
Awesome.
This is the last one of the night. Yay.
Well, as
All
long as
right.
you didn't scream, that
All
was.
right, all right. I've
Okay,
been practicing.
and the other gentleman, he's.
This is,
Yes,
okay.
how you doing? My name is Jorge Gomez, and I'm the design consultant for Alexander.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
So
So gentlemen, let me just preface this. So this is a pre-submission review. And we appreciate you coming before us to share your ideas and then to hear ours as well. Anything we say is not binding, it's just helpful. I do have a couple of questions before we begin. This property in this little enclave, there's an existing house that's there now, right? A yellow-
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And that house, I believe, is vintage 1920 or thereabouts, I believe.
Yes, yeah, it's kind of
Something like that.
dilapidated with, with yellow siding.
Granted, and for those who serve on, so your plan is to replace that house, in other words, to demolish it.
Yes.
In the case, has this been discussed or reviewed by the demo committee?
It's been reviewed by the building inspector. I mean,
Right,
I've had
okay,
several-
so let me just apprise you of, this building is technically, Jackie, is this historic or not historic?
No, it's in the OD.
No,
It's in the
in
OD.
terms of the district, Jackie?
Right, it's in the office business district, sorry.
Right, okay.
Yeah, but
Now,
it's not also within the historic, no.
I'm sorry?
This one is not within the historic district itself.
So, but because of the age of the building, any demolition, or because of the age of the building, this would come before our demo committee. So, and it hasn't been reviewed. So you should not take at this point that you have the freedom to demolish that building. It has to be reviewed first.
Okay, that was
Okay.
something that I never heard about.
That's why I'm sharing that with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so we're happy to talk about the design, but things that should come out of this, and I don't, with our new procedure, if your plan is to demo it, there's a demo application. Jackie can take you through that offline. You can give her a call, and then it would be go before a committee to assess the historic value or this historic nature. Sarah, correct me if I'm wrong, or Peter, in terms of that building, and there's certain criteria. So you need to go through that process. You should be aware that it's not an automatic that the building can be taken down. Okay.
Okay, can I ask a quick question about that? Is that a new rule or no?
No,
Because I had
it-
gone over,
Well,
okay, because I had gone over this for several.
When did you
meetings,
buy
know,
the
with
property?
building.
Well, when did you buy the property?
I bought it in September of 2017, and I had gone through several meetings with the building inspector and so forth, and I never, we've
So,
gone
right.
over, rebuilding the existing house versus the new construction, and I never heard a word about this before.
Right, so you,
Have you
go ahead,
actually,
Mark.
have you actually ever submitted a demolition application?
No, because I didn't know, I looked for guidance, about every single aspect of what to do.
So
for
even,
those-
even at that time, Alexander, you would have had to submit a
Okay.
demo application.
All right, so the demo
Even
application is part of what you have to do, even in the office district, office business district, correct?
That's correct.
All right,
And-
all right, so
okay.
that's fine. Okay.
And there's,
so
and there
I'll
are
have to
criteria.
go through it.
Okay,
I'll have to go through it.
yeah.
All right.
Okay, so now let's assume that there are no issues with that. Why don't you share with us what you're thinking of doing, and then my fellow
Yes.
members will share with you their thoughts.
Okay, all right. First of all, it's great to be here. I wanted to thank you very much for having me and for taking the pre-submission, the opportunity, giving me the opportunity to do the pre-submission, because I wanted to get your feedback before moving further, okay?
Okay.
I'm the owner applicant. My name is Alexander Pisa. I'm the owner of 213 Windmill Lane, which is located in the office business district of our village. And I submitted renderings and plans on January the 18th of 2022, just a little while ago. So you have that on the record when I submitted it. And I want to ask for your consideration, to see if it's possible for me to go ahead and build this modern two-family dwelling in the office district of our village. I didn't do this, I would not have even presented anything like this if it wasn't in this particular district. That was part of the inspiration for me even doing something modern. I'm located on a private road, and right off of Windmill Lane. It goes up. And I just wanted to provide a little bit of context of what kind of inspired me to do the design that Jorge and I worked on together. One of my inspirations, because it was tricky to figure out kind of how to do something interesting within the commercial district, within the OD, was to look at the building on the other side of Windmill Lane, which is at One Pond Lane, which is a modern style building. I'm sure all of you are familiar with it, which houses Christie's at this point. It was built in 1951. And one of the things that was interesting about it to me was this kind of undulating curves that it had, and a lot of listening to the meetings today, the fact that it was low lying, and it has radiuses that move forward, and they also project backward in order to create not only a horizontal plane, but also low laying and space to reduce the mass of the building. Because one of the things on this very challenging lot is that you have to be conscientious of the surroundings, the neighbors, not to make it too big and massive. So I'm trying to do the opposite. One of the things just to point out is that in this particular district, you can go up to 35 feet. Okay, it's an office district. Okay, that's in the code. So you have to think about, do you want to build a vertical, it's kind of minimal, or do you want to go low laying and horizontal? So I decided to go low. All right, and without, you probably know that other building well. I can share the screen with you to kind of.
We know it very well.
But you know it very well. I don't want to bore you with it. But the bottom line is that, the second floor of this building, I tried to, figure out on the opposite side of Windmill Lane, what inspiration we can have to achieve the objective. So that was some of the inspiration I received. The other thing that is, I think, important to point out in evaluating this in the big picture, is that this particular design settles itself very nicely on the site, in the sense that the terrain both behind the site and to the west rises. So that also gives it kind of it sits nicely in the bed of the land, albeit it's a very, difficult, small little, long plot. The other thing that I think is very important is that I am going to maintain the two-family status, okay? we're in the office business district, and it's really in the heart of where people in our village work. So I wanted it to be something that was accessible for people who work, working, et cetera, close proximity. We all know that our village is, feeling a shortage of housing. So I maintained the 2-family status in this design, which was challenging, but I thought that was kind of important for the district that it was located in. And the last thing I wanted to say to you is that I worked diligently, okay, with the building department to meet all of the requirements. Now, the demo thing, that was the one thing. I mean, I think I've gone over there at least 25 times and had 25 different meetings. I mean, believe me, I have tried to dot every I and cross every T. So just very briefly, it has to accommodate a septic plan, okay? A pool equipment room, which is not easy, okay? 4 parking spots, because in a 2-family, you need 2 per dwelling, even if it wasn't a 2-family. And that's all on a very challenging piece of property. So I worked hard to figure all of those little details out. We got it all in, okay? And we tried to keep the colors and the textures to blend into the environment. The source of inspiration that I was explaining to you is white, with the blue neon lights. That's wonderful. But in this case, I tried to make it more organic, that we do have, so the natural stone with a little lightness to contrast the wood on the top, but the whole idea is sort of organic blending in. And if you do find it interesting and cool as a modern piece of architecture, I'm of course willing to do more screening and plantings if that's something that you suggest. I do own the bed of the road. So I have the piece on the other side, even though I have an easement, I have some flexibility with some more plantings and so forth. But anyway, and I just really, what I'm here to get from you is your feedback on the viability of this, because I don't want to just continue designing if I'm completely off track. I tried to blend it, within the context of the office district. You're close to the dog park, you're close to the police building, the ambulance building, the Stop and Shop, blah, 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 blah. So there's a context to what I'm doing, and I wanted to get your guidance. That's really what I'm here to get from you. And if Jorge wants to say anything, maybe you have questions, he could speak about it, whatever. He's done a lot of work on it.
Okay, let me address a couple of things before I turn it over to the board members.
Okay.
So there are a couple of things, Alexander, the assumptions, there's a fallacy in the assumptions. You referenced the inspiration being one pond. Well, pond speaks to when that area of the village in the 20s and 30s, and even through the 40s and the 50s, and I may have some of my dates wrong, Sarah, you can correct me, was populated with auto dealerships. So what you're seeing there is a retro auto dealership.
Yes.
And so, yes, the certain lines, the Art Deco, that's great. So, yeah, but that represents a point in time when that was a commercial district populated by dealerships and gas stations.
Right. It is very nice looking now.
Let me just finish, if I may. The second thing you mentioned in several times is the aspect of this being in the business district. Review and, or at least from our perspective, it's the neighborhood and office district, residential district, historic district, non-historic district, it all has to be harmonious.
Mhm.
And so perhaps like my other board members, but for me, when I drive into that little right of way, we're talking enclave that is vintage 1920. The houses may not be 1920. I'm pretty sure yours is. And in fact, I think when you bought it, the ad said, buy this house and restore it to its original village grandeur. You've chosen to go down a different path, and this is great. This is coming before us. It's a very different path. So I'm going to to the board members to speak to that. But again, I just want you to understand that we view it in the context of the area, houses around it.
Okay.
Board members?
I would like to point out that right down the hill
Would someone like to
is,
put the rendering on the screen?
yeah.
Oh, would that be helpful? Yeah.
Yeah,
Kat, Kat, do you have that? Or I can
I don't.
share the screen.
I don't have.
Okay, I can share it. I can share it.
Do you need me to
hold
walk
on.
you through it?
Yeah, let me just get myself onto where you, hold on a minute. For some reason, yeah, now I'm good. 1 second, I'm gonna do it quickly. I can do it quickly.
I can share it.
Jorge
Okay,
said he
hold on,
can do it.
Okay, I just shared mine, whatever, just.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Hold on. Okay, good, you got it?
You're on screen broadcast Zoom. Now I have your
Okay,
computer.
1 second.
desktop.
All right, how about that? Is that
Yes.
helpful?
Yes.
All
The
right,
3D.
all right.
Aerial
Yeah,
3D.
first we'll go to the renderings of it, right? Is that better?
That's better.
Yeah, that's perfect.
All right, that's kind of like the big shot, you know?
I know where Sarah was going with her comment, so I want to hear what she had to say.
Yes.
Well, right down the hill is a perfectly beautiful shingle, very early and significant building. And I would like the context needs to be appreciated in that you've got, I guess it's the Masonic Hall. That's
Yeah,
right.
the Sons of Gideon, yeah, it used to be the
Gideon,
Sons
yeah.
of Gideon.
Sons
yeah.
of Gideon. And so
That
that-
now, just to let you know, that was donated to the Bridgehampton Youth Center, which is a recreational center in Bridgehampton. They're the owners of it. And it's kind of falling apart a little bit. It'd be great if it were restored. I'd love to work.
You have a larger context shot. This site, but with the surroundings.
The aerial?
Yes, the
Okay,
aerial.
1 second. Fine. Hold- There's the existing, you see it?
No, I know.
And that's,
yeah.
And
Okay.
on
Is
the
that-
the edge of it.
Let me just put my two, this is what's, look at what is surrounding this house. Gabled houses, lots of them with eave lines that start at the first floor, above the first floor.
yes,
Every single one. This is completely out of context.
right, okay.
And
I mean,
therefore-
I thought
and
sometimes.
excuse me,
Yeah.
and therefore inappropriate.
Okay, so,
I think it's an
so,
interesting house, but not in this location. I think it just doesn't have the architectural language of the surrounding neighborhood or the village in which it's residing. And I think it's
okay,
contrast to the buildings around it is jarring.
jarring, okay. Hold on,
There-
let me just get off the screen share for a moment.
You're off share screen.
Oh, I
We
am,
should
thank
let
you.
Sarah
I
talk
appreciate
at
it.
some point.
It's easier for me
As
to
the only
do that.
female on the board, let's hear from Sarah.
There are elements of it that remind me, and Peter will probably shoot me, of Alvar Aalto. And I think that if it were in another place and in wood, it would be okay. I mean, but I don't think that it's the right design for this place. I think if you go, if you get off the path and look at some of the buildings that Aalto designed outside of Helsinki, you'll understand what I'm talking about in the context of a wooded area and softer materials.
And I agree. To me, it's reminiscent. There's a building across the street from where I live, 1 Jackson Square in the West Village, and it reminds me very much of that building with the undulating kind of.
Oh, yes.
And I think it's a really cool design. I think you've done a great job putting it together. I agree with everyone else. it's just out of context with the rest of the structures. And for me, especially, I think that Gideon Hall is such a special building.
It is.
And it has to be saved. And somehow
Absolutely.
the juxtaposition with that building, it makes it even much more of a contrast to me, which, so.
Okay. Okay. Well, all of that is very helpful. The one thing I wanted to ask you, just to understand here, is is there any modern architecture? Because sometimes I think in my mind about the juxtaposition of things as not being a negative. That's why I'm going to you for guidance. Okay. Sometimes, like, you see something in Europe, where everything's very, very traditional, from the 13th century, and then pop, a modern. Is that something that is always bad? Or is that something?
No.
So what I'm trying to say is that what modern
Okay,
piece
so
of
let me speak to
would work there, or no?
All right, so let me, I think the answer is the latter. But let me speak to an example. So West Prospect Street, where Halsey Street and West Prospect Street.
The one at the end, yes.
There's a very contemporary house. Now,
Yes.
why does that house work in that location? Because to the west of that house, for a third of a mile, almost maybe, a third to 4/10 of a mile, it's all wooded. Okay.
I get it.
Very house next to open space to the west until the very next street, 4/10 of a mile away, is suitable. You're talking about dropping in a very contemporary design, avant-garde, if you wish, very creative, in the middle of a 1920.
It's almost like in Italy, where you see something and then, and all of a sudden you see something modern. So basically what you're saying, just so I get this straight, that in the context of Italy or places in France where you have that extreme juxtaposition, that's okay. But in the context of a village, wait.
Oh, right, I see. Okay,
village, okay, you want to have it more where it's either the woods, it's the ocean, it's more space. You don't want to see that harsh, that kind of juxtaposition. So you see what I'm saying? Because that's something that I didn't understand. Like, is it okay in some places?
Well, it's just I'm sorry. There's nothing wrong with the modern style. The modern can be deployed in a village-like setting successfully, but I just don't think this design does that.
Okay, because that raises the question, just for guidance, should I pursue modern?
No, I would say what the board is telling, is suggesting, or providing you insight in that location. Modern, contemporary, avant-garde doesn't work. Traditional Southampton could work.
Okay.
Restoring that house, much in the same way you want to preserve the Gideon or the Sons of Gideon's house.
Well, I don't own that.
That would be very commendable. So I think this board would be extremely supportive if you looked at that house and say, wow, how do I make that structure? How do I take that back to what it was?
Okay.
I mean, am I speaking out of turn, board members? If I
No, and I think actually there are a lot of advantages keeping that house because it's existing non-conforming. I think it's probably bigger than
right. It's existing. There is the opportunity to expand it a little bit. Okay, perhaps into the buildable envelope, sort of to the west. Now, when you do that, you may add, if you're thinking traditional, sort of a barn, sort of barn style as sort of an extension to it, okay, to make the layout and so forth maybe work a little better. Is that something?
Yes, I think I love seeing modern interpretations of traditional. It's very hard to do, which is why
Right.
which is why it doesn't come before us very often. But when it's successful, it's brilliant. I mean, the former Stephen Harris house, the corner of Foster Crossing and Little Plains, was a brilliant example of that.
And that would, yeah.
It was
Okay, let me
angular.
think, Little Plains and Foster Crossing.
Yeah, it's gone.
Okay.
The owner ruined it, but it was beautiful.
I would like to go and I'd like to
Well, you have to
see
go to the magazine or
plans.
something.
Something, okay, to know what
But
you're
that
talking
was a
about.
perfect example of a it was a modern design with vernacular elements, and it was perfect.
And it
So
was,
it's
it was
it's
taken
modern.
of a cigar box volumetrically, so that
Mhm.
it was a tower, a gable. I mean, it was like building block.
Yeah, but and you could insert those elements into the existing house. You know, the house is
So-
dilapidated. There's nothing preventing. I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, we may not let you demolish it, but I wouldn't be opposed to it being modernized in some way. You know, cutting out areas that illustrate the existing framing. You know, there's all sorts of ways to sort of cut and tear and reinterpret. You know, I mean, you're creative. And listen, I think it's great you're doing a double family, you know, two family as
Yeah.
well.
So
Keeping that.
Yes.
Me too.
So
So the-
I would encourage you to follow the modern impulses, but try to make them fit into the sort of, you know, gabled Hamptons vernacular.
I get what you're saying.
So
So
in order-
modern touches, gabled, think farm, think barn house, barn style.
But you know, there are,
modern touch.
you know, like Bates Massey has done beautiful vernacular buildings. They look almost Neolithic. You know what I mean? They're traditional, but they're primitive almost. You know, they're modern.
And you don't have to be boring.
Yeah,
No,
you don't have to be shingles with wood trim, with white trim.
No,
It doesn't have
no.
to be.
Jorge, do you have anything to say to understand that?
No. I'm just trying to grasp everything that you guys are saying. I mean, you know, all the feedback that you guys are giving me is absolutely helpful. And I do have a lot of respect for, you know, everything that you said. I mean, I do find it a little bit unfair that, you know, but it's my opinion that the only way for us to get approved is to show you a gable roof, because that's what you're comfortable with. You know, you talk about eaves, and, you know, and don't get me wrong, I love traditional architecture, and you know, I've collaborated with a lot of very good traditional architects, and that's what I would do if that was the case in this scenario. But I think that, you know, being a little more open-minded wouldn't hurt this village, because in reality, this property has a huge parking lot in the back, has a huge parking lot in the front. It has a house that's beautiful, yeah, traditionally, that whole that's in front of it, but it's falling apart. It's literally, it's actually, you know, it's ruined. It's full of plants.
I believe
It has
you.
nothing on it. Now, if you look in the aerial, if you keep looking at it on White Street, you have storage units there.
No, exactly. Yeah, no, you're.
You know, and you know,
point
I'm not trying to, you know, I love the village, and I think, you know, we will be definitely open to change materials, make it like more shingles and stuff like that. Definitely, but I don't think it's. I forgot the word that Peter used, but you know, I don't think it's completely out of context.
I do.
You know,
So,
yeah, no, I
I
understand.
think-
And trust me, you know,
Okay,
it's
so-
it's
so what-
architecture, right?
Don't you think?
Yeah, yeah.
It's
So-
subjective.
so-
So your opinion and my opinion are different,
Right,
but you know,
okay.
it's great. It's great. I mean, all the feedback that you guys have given
All
us is
right.
great.
So here's where we are. You bought a beautiful vintage house. To the extent you can preserve it and bring some of your creativity in terms of contemporary designs or additions, you know, I think that's going to serve you better in terms of getting approval. You have to view this, whatever you do, in the context of the immediate area, and so anyway, I think you.
Yeah, no, that I mean, it is what it is. I understand, but
Alice.
you know, I just wanted to put it out there that
Yeah.
the only way for us to get approved is to bring you a gable roof.
I don't
That's not correct.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't
Not
think
Alice
fair.
wants to say something?
And keep in mind that you need to first make a submission on the demo permit, and you also
Yeah,
need.
yeah, no, I
and
understand that. Now we
you
know
need
that.
submit- You need site plan review from the planning board.
Okay,
Oh,
that's
definitely. No,
yeah.
definitely. That's a
Yeah,
that-
that's why we
you
did
know,
this as a pre-submittal, so we know
Yeah.
that we're not completely
Right.
Thank
you
you.
know, but I
Going off the
appreciate it.
track. I just wanted to say one last thing to ask Jeffrey something. When that house that I have right now is literally practically, it's dilapidated. I mean, I don't know, when you say preserve something that
There's nothing
has
to preserve.
We're
now.
getting
yellow
way ahead of
siding
ourselves here.
around it.
No.
So I will let
You
Sarah.
mean use the context of it and then
Okay, so
as
let
an
let me have,
inspiration?
I'm gonna allow Sarah the last word so we can move on.
Please, because I
Which is-
want to know.
I'm
No,
not.
No, here's the last word that I'm looking for you as a historian. The priority of the 3 Rs, repair.
Oh, well, I'm not sure that it's worthy of preservation, to be honest with you.
Oh,
That,
no.
We
that
just
needs
don't
to be
know.
explored, but and I'm all for modern. I mean, that's why I said, go look at Alto. I mean, you've got this curve that's going on. So I'm not going to help you there as far as preserving it.
So as I said, as Alice said, before anything is done to that house in terms of significant changes, or it should in terms of demolishing it, excuse me, you have to submit a demolition permit request or application, and then the committee will review it and will assess what Sarah is talking about in terms of its whether it can or should be demolished. And then after that, we can look at the design you guys come up with.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, that house is not habitable, so.
It's not.
It's
happening.
not, it's.
Then again, look at the barn that we had someone just,
Yeah.
restore. So,
Okay, but
That's
never
a
say never.
reconstructed barn on one very blurry picture that I'm not.
Okay,
gonna
guys.
talk
Exactly. That's why I'm
Yes.
going to the historical.
Right.
Yes.
Anyway, I think,
Just to quickly,
think of the title of this board, gentlemen. It's the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation. Keep that in mind. Also guidelines that are available to the village, that also they apply to the historic district. They also are reflective of the design intents of the village. I would also suggest that you read the codes in terms
we've
of.
read the code. Yeah, no,
Okay,
the
good.
code we
Well,
read. We've gone over the code.
Guidelines.
Big
Okay,
time.
I think. they've
Yeah,
got-
no, the codes I'm talking about are the codes related to this board and looks at in terms of mass scaling and the like. And okay, so let's do that. I very much appreciate the fact that you've come before us. It's now 11:45, and I think it's a good time to call it a night. What's that?
We're going to turn to pumpkins.
Pumpkins soon, yes. Okay, gentlemen, thank you so
Have
much.
a very lovely, have a very good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good night,
Take
thank you
care,
very
thanks.
much.
Good night.
So with no further items on the agenda, and unless you folks want to, thanks, Alexander, for any other business to stick around, I would adjourn. Is there anything uncovered? Okay, thank you, everybody. Again, a great job. Very much appreciated everybody's input. So I move that we adjourn at 11:47, this meeting of the Architectural Review Board and Historic Preservation. I'm getting tongue-tied. This
Not
January
going to.
Back in it, yeah.
24th. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.